Egunon guztioi berriro, mila esker benetan gurekin jarraitzeagatik. La primera de las mesas redondas que se van a celebrar en este Cities and Economy Forum tratará acerca de la transformación de las ciudades, y el papel que juegan en la creación de oportunidades de negocio. This roundtable is going to be conducted by Hassem Galal, partner in PricewaterhouseCoopers Middle East. With 25 years of experience, Hassem Galal has expertise in cities and local government, development, innovation and public sector
innovación y en el sector público y en la reforma de estos ámbitos.
Que te he escuchado. It's all yours, Hassem.
Buenos días. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to moderate.
Un placer estar aquí hoy moderando esta sesión. Tenemos aquí realmente un panel de primera fila de oradores de todo el mundo, de ciudades que han sido, ejemplos de éxito a la hora de atraer talento e inversiones. Vamos a escuchar sus historias, vamos a ver algunos de los retos a los que se han enfrentado y algunas de las políticas y acciones que les han permitido tener éxito. Pero estamos en Bilbao, así que vamos a empezar esta conversación hoy escuchando al alcalde sobre Bilbao y qué es lo que se ha hecho y se hace en Bilbao. Los participantes van a hacer una breve presentación y luego les voy a pedir a todos ellos de manera colectiva que respondan a una serie de preguntas. Esa sería la segunda parte un poco más dinámica. Así que, por favor, alcalde, tiene usted la palabra. Muchísimas gracias. Para mí es un placer estar aquí explicando la historia de Bilbao y lo que son más importante, cuál va a ser el futuro y los nuevos retos a los que nos vamos a enfrentar en los próximos años en Bilbao. Me gustaría estar ahí con ustedes, aunque estoy encantado de estar aquí con estos conferenciantes. Así que voy a intentar explicar en mi inglés, que no es muy bueno, aunque lo voy a intentar mejorar, así que perdonen si algo no lo digo muy correcto. Bilbao es una ciudad que sigue en transformación. Esto es muy importante. No hemos acabado con nuestra transformación. Tenemos cosas que hacer todavía, muchas cosas que hacer. Como muchos de ustedes quizás ya saben, Bilbao es un modelo de transformación urbana y está muy bien situado en el eje atlántico. Como pueden apreciar en esa transparencia, donde había astilleros, donde había atraques, tenemos este magnífico Palacio de Congresos y también el Congreso. Y hemos recuperado una zona que estaba degradada. Eso ha sido muy importante para Bilbao. Y ese es el motivo por el que Bilbao hoy en día es conocido en todo el mundo. Pero como yo les he dicho, estamos muy bien situados en el eje atlántico. Estamos en la ruta de transporte norte-sur y también este-oeste. Eso es muy importante para nuestro desarrollo económico. Bilbao es el corazón de la actividad económica de una de las zonas más competitivas del sur de Europa. Diríamos que es la capital de una región muy competitiva y muy internacionalizada. Bilbao es algo más que el concepto geográfico de Bilbao. Para mí es una zona metropolitana que alberga a la mitad de la población del País Vasco y también la mitad de la actividad económica de Euskadi. La productividad en Euskadi está en un 30% por encima de la media de la Unión Europea. Esto quiere decir que tenemos buenas condiciones, buenos requisitos para atraer el desarrollo económico. Somos el segundo país de Europa en productividad per cápita, lo cual es muy importante. Los deportes representan el 32% del PIB del País Vasco. Ese es el gran diferenciante con la economía del resto del Estado. Nuestra economía es más sólida, más fuerte, así que el impacto de la crisis ha sido distinto al resto del Estado español. Una tercera parte de nuestra producción se vende aquí, en Euskadi, otro tercio se vende en España y el resto se dedica a exportaciones a todo el mundo. Los principales países de destino de nuestra exportación son Francia y Alemania, pero también Estados Unidos. El PIB per cápita, la renta per cápita del País Vasco, es un 19% por encima de la media de la Unión Europea. Esto quiere decir que tenemos un alto nivel de vida, una alta calidad de vida. Y se podría decir que más de 700 compañías internacionales están asentadas e implantadas en el País Vasco, o sea que seguimos siendo atractivos. Pero tenemos que ser aún más atractivos, tenemos que ser ambiciosos y desarrollar más actividad económica. Como ya les he dicho, si no hay empleo, si no hay desarrollo económico, las ciudades no tienen futuro. Así que esto es muy importante para nosotros. Ese es el motivo por el que estamos precisamente organizando este foro aquí en Bilbao. Se ha reconocido la labor de Bilbao con distintos premios. Quizás uno de los más importantes, el señor Kopp lo sabe, es el premio Lee Kuan-yew, que está considerado el premio Nobel a las ciudades, que reconoce la transformación que dio una nueva forma a Bilbao, pasando de una ciudad postindustrial a una ciudad que ahora realmente alcanza el grado de excelencia en calidad de vida. Hemos estado en Singapur y sabemos que Bilbao es importante para Singapur, pero para nosotros también Singapur es muy importante. Ellos son un modelo para nosotros. Y ellos también conocen Bilbao y nos parece muy importante. También hemos sido reconocidos como la cuarta ciudad europea para hacer inversiones dentro de la categoría de ciudades de tamaño mediano por el Financial Times. Esto es interesante. Estamos aquí para intentar atraer también inversión directa extranjera. Como ustedes saben, el Ayuntamiento de Bilbao cuenta con el consejo más transparente del Estado español, como se nos reconoció el año pasado en el informe del año pasado. Y una vez más hemos sido calificados como tal, lo cual es muy importante, es un motivo muy importante para nosotros, porque la gestión pública es muy importante. Y en Europa también hemos obtenido reconocimientos. En el 2011 recibimos el premio del sector público en Europa, que es también muy importante, y como ustedes saben, hemos tenido el mejor alcalde del mundo, que era Iñaki Azkuno. Así que por eso yo no voy a ser el mejor alcalde del mundo, porque ya lo hemos tenido aquí, pero estoy segura que hay que ser muy ambicioso para intentar conseguir la mejor ciudad del mundo y los mejores ciudadanos del mundo. Ese es el reto al que nos tenemos que enfrentar en los próximos años. Y a pesar de nuestro éxito en la transformación de Bilbao, hay que seguir adelante con esta transformación. No nos podemos quedar quietos ahora, tenemos que seguir trabajando en un entorno cada vez más competitivo. Hay que seguir trabajando, posicionando a Bilbao como una ciudad muy atractiva para atraer inversión, talento y también para dar apoyo a nuestros empresarios y emprendedores y desarrollar nuevos ámbitos de oportunidad. Tenemos proyectos. A veces la gente por la calle me pregunta, alcalde, ¿qué más tenemos que hacer en Bilbao? Y esa es la pregunta que no hay que hacer. Porque hay que hacérsela constantemente. No hay que quedarse en la zona de confort y decir, ¿qué más hay que hacer, alcalde? No, es que hay que hacer algo más constantemente. El mundo a nuestro alrededor evoluciona y nosotros tenemos que seguir evolucionando para seguir estando bien posicionados a este respecto.
And Bilbao focuses on further developing high added value sectors and internationalizing its economy. In the midst of digital transformation, you know as very well that we are involved in a digital transformation in the different areas. Bilbao fosters initiatives regarding smart cities, Industry 4.0, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, and other cutting-edge technologies. The development of the digital economy is going to be probably one of the main sectors in the economy that we have to develop looking to the future. But we are intensifying as well our relationship with companies, advancing in clusterization. Probably one of the persons that have worked harder to have the clusterization of the economy is John Azua, who is here with us. When he was the vice president of the Basque government, he did a great work to have our economy, in our economy different clusters in the industrial areas, in the energy areas, and in some other areas. And this clusterization is important because of this, we can enable meeting points and spaces for collaboration between companies and knowledge agents. Because of this reason, the collaboration between companies is very important. When you are in a cluster, you can see that companies that were competitors for you, working together, collaborating, we can be partners and join us and have more opportunities looking to the future if we work together. And we have developed, as the orchestra have said this morning, we have developed a smart specialization strategy that has identified 7 different sectors that we have to develop in the future to be attractive and to attract foreign direct investment. The different sectors we have defined are the ITC, the advanced services for the industry all around the territory, the renewables and the energy efficiency, the art, connectivity and design, the art, creativity and design. I have seen Jesus Mari Lazcano, and I can see that the art and the creative is going to be very important for us. In the new area of Zorro-Zaurre, it could be a very, very good space to develop this creativity. The distribution and retail, the biotech, we have we have a very good university in technologies here in the Engineering University in Bilbao. We have the university in medicine as well, and we have to join these knowledges to create a biotech sector, and the financial services as well. And we believe that investing in knowledge is investing in the future to support an economy built upon high value added sectors. Bilbao endeavors to generate and attract knowledge and talent, and to strengthen our current innovation ecosystem. We have to be attractive for the knowledge and for the talent. We have to create talent. We have to retain talent. We have to maintain this talent. And we have to be attractive as well to have talent coming from different countries, from other countries. We have 3 universities here in Bilbao, the public university, the University of the Jesuits, the Deusto University, and the University of the Corporation of Mondragon. We have 73 university degrees and more than 100 postdoc programs. We have we have one challenge we want to face in the next year, and is that we want Bilbao to be an university city. We know that a lot of years ago, the decision was to take the university out of the city, and I think, and we think, that we have to develop the university here in Bilbao. In Bilbao, more than the 46% of the population between 25 and 64 years has a university degree or a vocational training degree, And this is very, very important for our economy as well. And 25% of our population have a university degree. So we have a high-skilled population that is very important for the economic development, is very important for the different enterprises. And we have more than 36,000 students and more than 3,400 lecturers and researchers. We believe in entrepreneurs as the builders of the economy of the future, of the economy of tomorrow. We have the Auxo Factory initiative. Auxo Factory is a word using one part of English and one part of our own language, of the Basque language. The Auxo Factory is something like a factory, a box in the different neighborhoods of Bilbao. And we want to develop our neighborhoods as well. It's very important, the social cohesion, the urban cohesion in Bilbao. That's the reason why we want to have this kind of boxes, this kind of incubators in all the different neighborhoods of Bilbao for the start-up projects. And we are working as well in strengthening the links between entrepreneurs and postgrad and PhD students, fostering connections between highly skilled post-professionals and new technological startups. And we have to send correct messages to our young people. Sometimes we tell them that they don't have the skills that the enterprises need. And I think this is not a good message. When we have young people with a university degree, when we have young people with different languages, when we have young people with I don't know how many masters, we cannot say them that they don't have the skills that the economy sector needs. We have to send them the messages that we want them to have their opportunities here in Bilbao. Perhaps it's good for them to go away to increase their talent, but we want them to be here. We are in the last steps of the creation of a help center of entrepreneurs that will support the entrepreneurs during the creation and during the first steps of their new business project. We want to help the entrepreneurs. We want people with university degrees, people with vocational training to develop their own enterprises, to develop their own dreams. They have to be able to turn in reality the dreams they have. And we are convinced that private financing is the best way of growing successful startups. I think that is a very good idea, this one that is developing, that is trying to develop the deputy mayor, the diputado general of Vizcaya, Unai Rementeria, to develop here in Bilbao different funds to invest in different startups in innovation. And Bilbao is developing projects focused on the creation of new smart spaces of opportunity. Okay, we have I told you before. The Bilbao is not finished. In Bilbao, we have more projects. In Bilbao, we want to be ambitious. And one of the main projects, perhaps for the next 15, 20 years, is going to be the area of Zorrozaurre. But it is not going to be a space that is going to be developed when these 20 years will be passed. We have to develop each year different projects to be developing this new area of 800,000 square meters, in which we are going to have residential use and economy activity as well. And this is going to be the new area of Bilbao, the new transformation area of Bilbao. And we would like as well to develop in this area an urban technological park that is going to be perhaps the most important project in this area and which can be the motor for the developing of the whole area. And the next one area will be Punta Zorroza, in which as well we will have residential use and economy activity. Well, I finish telling you that these projects aim at making Bilbao a smart city, but a smart city with smart citizens, socially cohesive and integrative, and highly competitive and innovative. I always say that for us it's like a coin. Every coin, each coin has two sides, and perhaps nobody of you knows coins with only one side. That's the reason why, for us, the economic development is going to be one of the sides, but the other side has to be the social cohesion. We want everybody to be part of this progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for sharing some of the activities, messages about smart cities for smart people, inclusiveness, and most importantly, not to take past successes for granted and to continuously improve. We're now going to cross the Atlantic, heading over to New York, and talk to Meryl Pond. Meryl is the Senior Vice President at the Partnership for New York City. I've known Meryl for now about 8-9 years, maybe. She heads research with the partnership in different areas, including the life sciences, and now she's going to share with us some of the lessons learned and some of the interesting things she's working on right now. Meryl, over to you.
Thank you very much for having me, and it's wonderful to be on such an esteemed panel, and I really look forward to the conversation later on today and tomorrow. I wanted to start, as Hazem mentioned, I'm going to touch on life sciences and tech, as these are two areas in New York City where the partnership is particularly focused. But I wanted to start with an overview of the Partnership for New York City because it's a quite unique organization in the US and in the world. We often get visitors from foreign delegations coming over wanting to look to start their own partnership within their city. The Partnership for New York City, where I work, was started in the 1970s by David Rockefeller. At the time, the city was going through a huge crisis. We were losing businesses and residents rapidly. And David Rockefeller said, you know what, the public sector can't fix this alone. We need the capital and the expertise of the private sector to really tackle these problems head on. Housing was a big issue. Our infrastructure was falling apart. The subway system was terrible. You couldn't get anywhere, depend on it. Businesses didn't want to locate in the city, and we lost a lot during that time. The partnership today represents 300 member companies, CEO-level members. So we work at a very high level. And as my boss likes to say, the staff of each of our member companies is our staff as well. We work closely with our members to introduce them to public sector officials from around the world, federal government, city, and state. We focus on 4 priority issues, which are the same. It seems like every city I go to, small or large, has same issues: infrastructure, the innovation economy, and how making sure that everyone has access to those jobs, education and workforce development, and then more general quality of life. The other piece of the partnership, I head the research team. The other piece of the partnership is we have a lobbying arm. So we lobby at the city, the state, and the federal level for policies that keep New York and the US amenable to business and residents to want to live there. We also have an investment fund. Over $150 million has been invested over the last 20 years by the Partnership Fund. There's 3 avenues of funding. One is in innovation labs, so to develop new businesses. There's also social loans to companies that are looking to, like Grameen America is a perfect example. So it's where we're working with communities on the ground in small social good activities. And then investment in sectors that are growing in the city. And one of those I'll speak about is life sciences. This slide will give you kind of an overview of the partnership. We work with nonprofits or NGOs, the private sector, the public sector, as well as organized labor. Of course, large businesses anchor the economy of the city. We currently have 4.3 million private sector jobs in the city, $738 billion gross city product. However, it's important to note that 80% of New York City residents work for businesses with 20 employees or less. So the majority of our residents work in small businesses. So although we can't get away from large businesses, and particularly Wall Street, which represents close to 20% of the wages that are paid in the city, we have to make sure that all of the policies that we put forward from the partnership, working in conjunction with government, are also supporting these critically important small businesses. So we're going to talk a little bit about the innovation economy and also how we're building a life sciences cluster here in New York City, which again mirrors a lot of what's happening here in Bilbao and also across the world in many cities. The innovation economy in New York City. Currently, the tech industry, depending on how you define it, which no one will ever agree on, represents just over 200,000 jobs in New York City. Tech represents just 4% of the economy compared to finance, which is our bedrock, which is 21%. However, I'll show you on the next slide that the tech ecosystem is growing more rapidly than any other sector in the city. Currently, as of today, there are 17,000 job openings for tech-oriented occupations, 15% of total job postings. And this is where it's critical that we make sure our workforce is ready to take on these jobs. One of our members, a major retailer in New York City, recently described himself not as a retail company, but as a tech company, because tech is involved in every aspect, from the person checking you out at the counter, to figuring out how their stock is laid out, to the design of the store, and logistics of getting that goods moving throughout the country and the world, for that matter. And he thinks of himself now as a tech company. So every single New York City resident needs to have that tech background, even if it's just understanding what a computer is and how to work it. There's a new initiative that was announced about 3 years ago in New York City called Computer Science for All. And the goal of that initiative is to make sure that every New York school student, of which there are 1.2 million school students at the moment, will have access to computer training from their very first year in school in kindergarten, I'm not sure what you call it here, but around 5 years old, all the way through to 18, so that when they graduate, they're ready to take these jobs. So one of the initiatives that the partnership has been working on is connecting these traditional big businesses, companies, with the new startups that are doing all the exciting stuff and figuring out new ways of doing business. FinTech is a perfect example of that. It was $22.3 billion invested in FinTech in 2015, almost double from 2014. And it's we're moving towards collaboration, away from competition. So no longer are the big banks looking at the tech startups as, oh, you're going to take away my business, and there's no longer will I be viable as a big Wall Street bank, but rather, how can we work together, and how can I bring you in-house and learn from you, savvy tech entrepreneur. The FinTech Innovation Labs was started in New York City through the Partnership Fund. We have locations now in Hong Kong, London, and Singapore. It's a 12-week immersion course where startups will apply. They come to New York, they stay there for the 12 weeks, they pitch their product, they learn about how their products need to work within the larger Wall Street ecosystem, but then also at the end of those 12 weeks will pitch their products to investors. It's truly successful. There's a couple of companies I'll mention. One is Dashlane, which is a password manager, and a lot of the larger banks are looking at this as the way of the future and wanting to bring that in-house so that people have more access to this type of technology while they're banking. The second area I wanted to focus on is life sciences. Now, I heard yesterday, I was given a lovely tour, and I heard that there is a strong partnership between the universities and industry here in Bilbao around life sciences. In a few slides, you'll see that that's not exactly the case in New York. However, life sciences is rapid growth across the US, and we need to figure out how in New York City we can capture that growth and build on it. We have all the assets. We have universities, we have medical research institutions, we have hospitals, we have private capital, we have public capital, we have people, we have space. Crowded, but we do have space. However, we have not managed to figure out the secret sauce in this aspect. The key stat that I always use to explain this problem, there's a large amount of government funding that flows to New York, to states and cities around the country through the research institutions. For every dollar of government research funding that New York City institutions received, only 6 cents of private venture capital was raised. Compare that to our neighboring state of Massachusetts, where $1.32 was raised for every dollar in government funding. Huge gap. California is about $1.12, and we're way down at 6 cents. So we're trying to figure out why New York City has not managed to figure out how to commercialize all of the research that's coming out of our medical and research institutions. And because if we don't, we're going to be left behind, and the research will happen in New York City, but the future growth and the jobs will go to other places, which we don't want to have happen. We're working on this right now. We're just starting to develop public-private partnerships, another thing that I think New York City could take some lessons from in cities like Bilbao and London and other places, because we really have not used the full potential of the P3 model in the US and particularly in New York. There's a couple of large infrastructure projects where this has been possible, but certainly nothing like growing a life sciences sector. So the partnership has recently started work on this. We're collaborating across regions in our entire state. So even though the partnership is, for the most part, focused on the city, we've not lost focus of the fact that we cannot ignore our full New York state, which is a very different economy from the city. We're working with industry, academia, and government to figure this out through a series of developing tax incentives from the government, as well as working with particular regions in the city. And the best way to describe it is through an example. There's a company called Modern Meadow, which has developed a way to grow leather in a petri dish. So you can develop leather that can be used for shoes or handbags or any other product without killing a cow. And so it's fascinating and exactly the type of industry that we want to have in New York City. They're currently in New York City. They've been here for about 5 years. They've outgrown all of their manufacturing and lab space and are looking for new space. They started their search in New York City. We went around with them to see a number of sites in a lot of different areas, and they could not make the math work. The space is just too expensive. So then we started working with Long Island, which is a region just to the east of New York City, not part of the city, but has a lot more space and has a lot more large office blocks and a lot more open lab space. And what we're hoping to do is to create a partnership where Modern Meadow will maintain its headquarters and some of its research team in New York City, but will have its largest manufacturing and lab space just over the border in Long Island, which is a lot better than having them go off to Ohio or anywhere else in this country. So as long as we can keep it in New York State, we're good. So we're hoping that this can be a model of future growth, and we can pull the entire state's economy, which is not as healthy as New York City, along with us and take advantage of everything that's happening in the city and our surrounding region. That work has just begun, so stay tuned. You'll be hearing more about it in the future. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Meryl, for sharing with us some of the strength and the areas that the partnership is working on. We now cross back to London. I wouldn't say Europe, to London, or it could be London. And now I'd love to introduce John Dickey, who is the Director of Strategy and Policy at London First. John is actually, in addition to his role in London First, which is the investment attraction entity for London, he's also worked for the private sector. He's also worked for the Camden City Council and was responsible for corporate relationships at the BBC. So, John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Hasan. And thank you very much to the Mayor of Bilbao for having invited me to be here. It's a pleasure to be in the capital of the Basque Country, another great European city. So, what I thought I'd do is talk a little bit about economic development in London and how at London First we've worked with London government to put in place a jobs and growth plan for the city. We published a plan about a year ago, beginning of 2015, which we did working very closely with London government and with the consultancy McKinsey, but it was a private sector-led approach to coming up with a plan for jobs and growth for the city. Our start point in doing this was that London's economic success is a function of Londoners, past and present. It's the private sector, it's people that have driven growth rather than some great plan. But as cities grow, and London is growing at quite a rate, we're adding about 100,000 people to the city each year at the moment. As cities grow, the systems that underpin those cities become ever more important. So getting the basics right, getting the transport systems right, getting housing policy right, those things matter increasingly. The third underpinning of this plan was that no one actor is able to realize it. London is a city of about 8.7 million people. It is very complicated. It has many different aspects of governance, many different private sector actors and players, a strong and vibrant civil society. So this is an agenda for London as a whole, and we will need, to use European Union terminology, we will need variable geometry to pull together different coalitions to implement different objectives in it. Now, I've got what I hope will play now, a short video that runs you through the highlights of the plan. So that gives you a sense of what was uppermost in our mind a couple of years ago. And I think when the slides come back, you will see a summary of the 10 areas that we thought London as a whole should focus on. We are in the process of updating this plan, partly because we have a new mayor in London, we have a new government in the country, and as has been alluded to, we had a vote a few months ago about Britain leaving the European Union, which perhaps places a slightly greater emphasis on some of the issues about remaining the global hub than was the case. Now, Hazem has asked me to say a few words about Brexit and London and businesses' views thereon, so I shall do that. But let me start by just reminding you of the voting. London voted 60% to remain in, whereas the country as a whole voted 52 to 48% to leave. So leaving the European Union was not the outcome that Londoners wanted, and it's certainly not the outcome that London business wanted, but it is what it is. I think it's fair to say that rather like the British government, which has been accused of having no plan for leaving the European Union, for the very good reason that it has no plan for leaving the European Union, most businesses did not anticipate this outcome and are themselves trying to think what the implications might be for their business, which is a very difficult thing to do when, of course, you don't know what the terms of trade will be when Britain leaves. We've looked at this really under three sets of headings. One is around London's continued openness to talent, to people. One is around the nature of London's access to the single European market. And the third is what will happen to trade, whether we will stay in the customs union or forge our own way. It is, as I say, very early days on all of these issues. Very few, I think, businesses have what you might describe as a certain strategy. But let me tell you what's on the minds of London business. First off, on talent, this is perhaps the most important issue. It's certainly on virtually every business's mind. London is one of the world's most global cities. I can give you lots of statistics. One would be that 80% of children in inner London are not white British children. So that gives you a sense of the diversity of the city and how the city is changing. And access to talent is the most fundamental issue for business. And we need an immigration regime which is liberal, which is open, and which is evidence-based. And one of the lessons of the referendum campaign, as is the case with perhaps too many elections at the moment, is that we have a lot of political debate that's not evidence-based. And we need to try and return policy making to be rooted in what will actually work for London and Britain. The attractiveness of London to high-skilled talent is, I think, closely related to London's position, arguably, certainly I would argue it, as Europe's business capital. And of course, we may be in a transition from London being the capital of a global region of 500 million plus people to London being the capital of a country of just over 70. So retaining this attractiveness is going to be very central to what London business will seek to get from these negotiations. I saw Hazem in the recent Cities of Opportunity Index. London came top as the city that PwC staff globally would most like to work in. This is a backward-looking measure, but we want to keep it a forward-looking measure. On the single market, the nature of the UK and other European member state economies is that they are highly integrated. And most of the businesses I've spoken to simply don't know what the implications will be for their supply chains because they've never approached it from the perspective of what will happen if the supply chain has barriers put in its way. One of the exercises we are doing is working out which areas of the single market matter most. It is manifestly the case that financial services is very important both to London and to the European economy. Financial services accounts, rather similar to New York, for around 20% of London's GDP. London is Europe's financial services centre. And this brings real benefits to European business as a whole. An important thing for us all to remember in the context of the Brexit negotiations is that it is likely, if businesses leave London, They will not be going to Paris or to Frankfurt or to Madrid. They will be going to New York and Singapore, which will be good for New York and Singapore, but I think that's good for business in the rest of Europe. And then the third area is international trade. Many companies are concerned that if we cease to be part of the customs union, this will create frictional barriers as goods move in and out of the United Kingdom, affecting, for example, the pace of real-time manufacturing, construction, development, and so forth. We don't know yet whether the British government wishes us to leave the customs union or not. We have a Department of International Trade, which implies that they might, but we don't have a firm decision. There are some businesses, many businesses, I think, that worry that the United Kingdom, as a large and prosperous, but still in the scheme of regional trading blocs, small economy, will find it difficult to strike trade deals. There are others that are more optimistic. The president-elect has told us that he's keen to do a trade deal with Britain post-Brexit, and we must speak with nothing other than high regard for the new leader of the free world. So I hope, unlike a number of manifesto promises which many people hope the president-elect won't be implementing, this is one that he might stick to. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think I'm going to have to get back to Meryl during the Q&A to see what she really thinks about this. Going from London, who was #1 in the Cities of Opportunity research that we've been doing for the past 10 years, started out with a partnership for New York City. I'd like to go to the city that was #2 in this year's edition. And it's my pleasure to introduce Michael Koh, who is a fellow at the Center for Livable Cities in Singapore. Michael has really done a lot with both the public and the private sector. And when you go to Singapore, a lot of these iconic projects like Marina Bay Sands, the Orchard Street renovation, and many others, he was at the helm of these projects, also as part of his role at the URA, or the Urban Redevelopment Authority. So he's done it on both sides, and we'll hear from him right now some of the lessons learned during these experiences. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Hazim, for the introduction. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Hazim, for the kind introduction. And thank you, Excellency, the Mayor of Bilbao, for this opportunity to present today. Bilbao and Singapore share many similarities and commonalities. I think first and foremost, Bilbao and Singapore both have established a clear vision for the future. We have a strategic plan. There's good governance, sound institutions, and working with very closely with the markets and the private sector. Well, I come from Singapore. The Center for Livable Cities is a research institute come think tank in the Ministry of National Development. And the picture you see is of the downtown area of Singapore, showing the Singapore River in the foreground, the older areas, the Civic District on the left, the Boat Quay Conservation District on the right, the downtown buildings, and the Marina Bay Sands at the background. In front of the Marina Bay Sands is what we call Marina Bay. This is, I think, the only reservoir in any city center that really supplies some of the water to Singaporeans. But not forgetting, this was Singapore 51 years ago. We are a young country. We had a population of 2 million, and all the problems of any developing country. We had traffic jams, our rivers were sewers, we had people were throwing things into the drains, we had traffic jams, we had water shortage, we had flooding. So all the problems that a lot of developing countries face. But here we are today. We're a compact city-state, about 5.6 million people, living in 719 square kilometers of land. So we're a country and a city. This slide actually shows both new and old Singapore. It shows the conservation district of Chinatown in the foreground and parts of the new Singapore in the background. We are multiracial, multicultural. Diversity is a key fundamental building block of Singapore, right from the founding of Singapore in 1819 by Sir Stamford Raffles. We believe in home ownership. This is a critical factor. So it is actually a national goal to get our citizens to own their homes. It is related, of course, to our security, because what will you defend in your country but, of course, your home? So 82% of Singaporeans live in what we call public housing, and 90% of these own their homes. So this is a slide of some of the public housing estates in Singapore, and in the middle is the Ang Mo Kio Bishan Park that connects the reservoir or central catchment that you see in the background down to the city. We are an Asian economic hub. We have a diversified economy, high employment, but we're blessed by the fact that we have a hub port and a hub airport and a hub seaport. We're a great place to live, work, and play in, and this is an issue that all cities face in the competition for talent. How to make your city as livable as possible and as welcoming as possible to all. More and more so, I think we are celebrating our shared heritage amongst a diverse population and our common love for food. Singaporeans talk a lot about food, and I think in Bilbao you also talk a lot about food, and you have the best tapas I've ever had. So do come to Singapore to try our version of the local tapas. But more and more, I think we treasure the nature that we have amidst the highly built-up environment. This is a photo of Singapore that you'll not often see. It's part of the central catchment, and it just goes to show that we have pristine natural areas amidst a high-density environment. Transportation is critical. I think it's part of the panel members already mentioned how essential infrastructure is, but we are moving towards alternative transportation to make us more sustainable and establishing an island-wide cycling network through our park connectors. Park connectors are actually reserves by the side of drains, and we transform them into parkland, about 6 meters wide on each side, and these also become connectors to cycle on traffic-free from where you live down to the city. So overall, we've been rated as a highly livable and sustainable city. These are some of the global rankings, and we thank PwC City of Opportunities report for ranking us quite highly. And this is what we at the Center for Livable Cities have formulated, a livability index. We plot on the y-axis density, we plot on the x-axis the livability ranking. It's from Mercer, and this is how the various cities rank up based on the Mercer index, and compared to the y-axis of density, this is where we believe that you can be a dense city and yet achieve a very high livability. You can see cities like London, Hong Kong, and Singapore within that sector. We are promoting this idea of a livability framework, and I think, judging from the panel members today, a lot of it is resonating amongst all of us as thinkers, as planners. We believe that the three key outcomes of any city: high quality of life, competitive economy, sustainable environment. You've heard from London, you've heard from New York, and these are issues, and you've heard from Bilbao, these are issues we're all looking forth to. But these are founded on the key principles of integrated strategic planning, master planning and development, and dynamic urban governance. But looking a bit more into this, it's again shared by the mayor of Bilbao, thinking long-term with a strategic plan. Fighting productively amongst agencies. Yes, we will battle each other. We'll all further our aims, but together we link as one, as a whole of government, to develop the best way forward. Building in flexibility into the plan. You can never know what happens in the world, so you have to build in flexibility in your strategic thinking, executing effectively, and of course, innovating systematically. In terms of dynamic governance, these are again principles that are shared by the best cities that we again award the Lee Kuan Yew City Prize to, which includes, of course, Bilbao, Suto, New York City, as well as recently in 2016, Medellin in Colombia. People and governments lead with vision and pragmatism. They build a culture of integrity amongst the people, amongst the institutions. There are sound institutions that execute. There's transparency. The community is involved. And we work together with markets. So this is a livability framework that we have presented at the recent United Nations Habitat 3 in Quito for adoption and for further study amongst various city-states and cities. First, let me just elaborate on long-term integrated planning. A key in any city, we have to have sound planning to execute the future. There may be change in people in charge, but the plan has to maintain momentum and be executed well by the institutions. So we have a concept plan that really is a strategic plan. It maps out 40 to 50 years growth, reviewed every 10 years based on various population scenarios. This cascades down to a master plan, more detailed local plans, every 5 years reviewed, and of course more detailed urban design guide plans, which then guide developments and then sales. Concept plan, this is evolution since 1971. We sought UN help in 1971. They developed the first plan, and to a large extent, Singapore's development has been based on the 1971 plan. Talking about competitive economy, this is where I think all of us in developed cities look at. I mean, we started labor intensive, we went to capital intensive, technology intensive, and we're now into the new knowledge intensive and innovation economy. But we're competing with the world, and everyone out there is after the share of the same pie. So what can we do? I mean, this is illustration of what is happening in terms of development of product, from flatted factories to business parks to the new technology and innovation intensive buildings that are being developed in Singapore. An economic structure of Singapore shows that our economy is balanced. We don't put all our eggs into one basket. And more importantly, we still believe in the fundamental not only of services, but also manufacturing. The core pillars of manufacturing include petrochemicals, electronics, as well as pharmaceuticals. So looking at this, you see that the Singapore economy is balanced. We try to weather the storm, but being a small country and a small nation, when the world hiccups, we cough. This is a plan of one of the innovation centers that we have developed. It's based on a master plan by Zaha Hadid. It has aspects whereby life exchange is for the medical sciences. There are about 1 million white mice running in the basements of this area. Central exchange, what we call Fusionopolis, whereby we integrate exchange between tech firms as well as VCs, and the Mediapolis, whereby we try to base media-based firms, and I think some of them like Disney, etc., are located there. So these are some of the infrastructure that has come out in the One North Innovation Cluster. Lucasfilm is based here as well. But look at the alternative infrastructure that's provided. It's both high-rise, it's intensive, it's green, and we have also old buildings that we try to recycle, reuse, and these were old apartments that you can see on the bottom right for the British forces, inherited from the British when we first gained independence. Block 71 is something critical. It's been parallel to Barcelona 22. It's a small startup area, recycling old factories, but this is where we have a lot of incubators, venture capitalists, startups, etc., located in an area slightly outside the city. Within the city, in the historic districts, you find a lot of new SMEs and startups as well, starting within close proximity of the downtown area. And I'm sure these are images that you'll see across the board. Active people, shared office spaces, shared eating spaces, access to nice, cool industrial spaces, and of course, opportunities to eat and drink nearby. We're also planning for a new Lake District, which is a smart city, supposed to cater to the knowledge economy. And I was talking to Marcus from Cambridge Innovation Center, and well, the idea is we will centralize some of these startups and venture capitalists in the city, but we have to provide alternatives as well because we are also a country, and these are where our new towns are, where the populations of, say, 250,000 per town live. So we're also providing jobs close to home as well. So this is another area, the Jurong Innovation District, but the idea is building upon the housing population there, building upon one of the universities that's there in the Clean Tech Park, and trying to build a new environment for an innovation cluster. And these are some of the images that are coming up just to show you the spaces that we're studying and planning for the various robotics, clean tech, smart logistics, etc. for the future. I'd like to bring you to a case study of a new town. This new town is for about 200,000 people. It's in the northeast of Singapore, but we planned for it to be green and sustainable from the start. We could have planned this as a drain, but we planned it as a waterway, for example, and it becomes the heart and soul of this new town. This is the entire new town in its planning, largely residential, but the yellow areas you see are actually zoned for educational institutions and startups and that are coming up. Sorry, I'll just go to that. And to the left and right, you see that the land for industries and manufacturing, they're providing jobs close to where people live. So this is an overall plan of the land use, waterfront town. But again, it's a town plan from the sustainability point of view, access to parks, open spaces, and flora and nature. So this was a waterway that was planned that would be the key image of the town. And now moving towards building a new creative cluster, a new university. Singapore has about 5 universities at the moment, so the Singapore Institute of Technologies will be the next one, but also building jobs close to home and close to industrial townships, as well as access to open spaces, parks, and residential population. Of course, we're all concerned about the future in this new world of disruptive technologies, and I think this current economy of the world, I think we're looking at it together as a whole of government, and this is a key principle that actually makes Singapore tick. We look at things together, and something that Mayor Bilbao also has mentioned, looking at it together as one, coming together and brainstorming, both private sector and public sector. So we have 5 subcommittees. It's co-chaired by both government and business, and these are the areas that they're looking at: future corporate capabilities, innovation, growth industries, markets, connectivity, future city, and future jobs and skills. Nobody knows the future, but we will try our best to predict it and work towards planning for it and planning for opportunity. So I leave you with this slide. It says a bit about Singapore. It's clean, it's green, it's modern, but yet we also intensify our land use. The space that you see, the green, is actually a space that is above the Marina Barrage. Underneath it are the pumps, the substations that actually control the dam that keeps the water supply within the Marina Bay area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is going to be Sheshir Joshi, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Mumbai First. Like many of our panelists today, he's also held so many positions in public-private partnerships, and I would add maybe 4 Ps, people-public-private partnerships. There's a very interesting project that he had mobilized as the youngest CEO of Mumbai First, which was actually to beautify 36 metro stations over a period of a few days, mobilizing 25,000 citizens to do the work. So well done. Share with us, please, your experience.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City of Bilbao. If I get it right, it's Caricasco. Thank you very much. And as I would say, I had the opportunity of walking around Bilbao for about 3 hours yesterday. And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take up your offer that in case I decide to leave Bombay, I'm going to come and settle down in Bilbao. So it's a very beautiful city and very lovely people. But I still love Mumbai. And I'd like to talk to you about the reasons why I love Mumbai and why it can be far much better than what it is today. I've had the privilege of sharing this platform with cities, that's London, New York, and of course, Singapore, and Bilbao. So if Mumbai is still considered to be on a panel with such beautiful cities, then we still have hope. We do have challenges. As Meryl has pointed out, every growing or developed city has its own share of challenges. There's transportation, there is what we call population increase, there is migration, there are health issues. But Mumbai, on its own, if one isolates one single problem which keeps it away and keeps it behind the path of development, is its challenge in solving the issue of governance, which, of course, I will talk to you about, and the role that Mumbai First plays. But I will also like to say that the Deputy General of Vizcaya, who spoke earlier this morning, spoke about inviting everybody onto his car and said that please come and sit in my car and I would like to take you on this lovely journey. I'd like to add that Mumbai has been on this car much before any of you all with the city of Bilbao and this lovely country, because in India we have the festival of so many festivals, of course, India has. One of them, of course, is where they build human pyramids, and it's celebrated across India with great fervor. And we've had representatives from this part of the world coming across every year to Mumbai and they've been respected, they've been celebrated and welcomed with great honor. So we've already been part of your journey, and we'd love to make this car perform a little more better, a little more horsepower. But what makes Mumbai tick, despite its challenge of governance, where I believe is the role of institutions like, as Hazem pointed out, public-private partnerships, and I would take it forward to say public-private-people partnerships. If Mumbai is a wall clock, or if the private sector and the state, the public sector, are wall clocks, the PPPP model that Mumbai First is the machine behind the wall clock, and which I believe in the next few years or the decades to come would be a critical machine for most of these cities to function. If there are, on every clock you have 3 hands, one would be people, one would be the public, and one would be the private. There would be the need for the machine, which would be the partnership. What is Mumbai First? I'd like to share a short film about Mumbai First and the role that it has played over the few years. Like to add with gratitude that Mumbai First takes inspiration from London First. I'm sitting right here next to my London First colleague, and thank you very much for that. Please have a look at this film, and then I'll talk to you more about the challenges. And if there's a problem, I always believe there is also a solution. thank you for the film. This is also a very dying art, the art of hand shadowgraphy. The film has been made by, there are about 4 hand shadowgraphy artists left in India, and they put this film together for Mumbai First. As the city of dreams, what Mumbai can score over so many other developed cities is that we do make the largest number of films anywhere in the world. So what Hollywood makes in 5 years, Mumbai manages to make in 6 months. So yes, it is. It is indeed a city of dreams. Does invite people across the world and definitely across India for opportunities. Whether those opportunities can get translated into reality remains a huge effort. It's all, some statistics are right here. It's historically a city of islands which have, thanks to reclamation, been joined together. Also a city of opportunities in the sense that 97% of all the global banks have a base in Mumbai. But it's a city which is also bursting at its seams. Most of the resources are 19th century resources, applying to a city which is now moving towards the 22nd century. We have world's 5th largest, it's the world's 5th largest metropolitan region, and one of the largest, most populated cities, 21 million at last count. And if I continue talking for the next 5 more minutes, a few more million would get added to the list of people in the city. But have we managed to keep pace? The transportation issue remains, roads are shrinking, pavements and open spaces are getting lesser. On every day, we are adding 3,000 more four-wheelers to Mumbai's city roads, and which is a huge number because which also impacts pollution and the quality of air in Mumbai. These are some of the facts which also speak about Mumbai. But what's most important is the way the city is growing and changing. The city has been in need of help for quite some time, and which is where organizations like Mumbai First, and we are not possibly the only ones. There are so many good people everywhere have come to the rescue. One of the most important things that we played a role in, and every PPP model can look at several areas. One, of course, is research. We were the first, Mumbai First was the first in the country to put together a 40-year approach document. How can the city grow? There has never been one consolidated document which would talk about from the economic point of view, from a health point of view, from a transportation point of view. We put together this document, shared this with the government. The government has accepted this, and most of the work that is now taking place in Mumbai, be it the construction of a new international airport, the look at additional mobility pathways, or the coastal road, or even trying to look at the governance as a challenge, has been thanks to the concept plan that Mumbai First has put together. We're considered one of the best practice models of PPP, more so because of the ethical practices that we adhere to, and which is very important when we talk about dealing with bringing the private sector together with the government. There are always challenges because there are always people who look at every institution which wants to try and work with the government, whether they have or they lack the credibility, or whether they have an ulterior motive which they want to translate into some form of business at all. We also, about 10 years ago, put together the first vision document, much before this 40-year document came in, and that's also been the high point. Most industry and the public sector has been taking note of that document based on the statistic provided by the Vision Mumbai document. These are some of the areas, practically every city, every developing city, or be it when you look at putting together a greenfield project also, these are the areas which need to look at, be it economy, healthcare, housing, transport, security, infrastructure, environment. Added to that is, of course, the governance that we look at. These are the various partners in our transformation. While we've remained a city unit, we look at Mumbai, our focus remains the growth of Mumbai as a better place to live and do business in. We've remained one single largest credible unit for not just local units at the urban local bodies partner with, but at the national level, be it the Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Urban Development, which likes to collaborate with Mumbai First, or be it The European Union, the World Bank, the IFC, and international organizations which prefer to deal with Mumbai first when they want to talk about any progress which links them or brings them in touch with Mumbai as a city. And Mumbai does play a very important role. Yes, it has not been able to live up to the expectations of and the pace with which other developed cities are moving. When we talk about public-private partnerships, three significant steps that we've taken and which are unique again in India is the first of its kind, what we call the Empowered Committee, the only committee in any state government where the government, all the senior officials of the government sit together with key industry, private sector representatives led by Mumbai First. Every month, once in a month, the senior-most in the bureaucracy of Mumbai, of Maharashtra and Mumbai, with the senior-most in the industry by invitation, meet and discuss what's critical for the city of Mumbai. And then the decisions are taken and arrived at by consensus, by discussion. So that's one part. Second is, of course, the Citizens Action Group that we've seen, where the top 50 citizens of Mumbai have come together. The Chief Executive of Maharashtra, the Chief Minister, he chairs the meeting, co-chaired by Mumbai First. And the city's issues, here we bring in people representatives and people participation on a discussion platform. Governance, I've spoken about, remains a big challenge. Mumbai has close to 19 institutions which govern the city. It's almost like an orchestra without a conductor. So all kinds of music gets played, but not the kind of music that people would like to listen to. And in that space, the left arm does not know what the right arm is doing. The city really suffers. It's not fair for me to be critical about my own city, but this is how we are going to learn from each other's experiences. And these are challenges which I have not really seen as much in other developed cities. But a given road, if it needs to be repaired, discussions take place and 4 different agencies start pointing fingers at the other to say, I don't think this road comes under my jurisdiction. It comes under somebody else. And there are 4 agencies just looking after Mumbai's city roads. And we're talking about housing, we're looking at infrastructure, we're looking at healthcare, we're looking at transport, we're looking at education, and we have multiple agencies. To overcome that, where Mumbai First played a role was Mumbai needs about 100 key projects which parallelly, simultaneously are getting worked on. What we did was we identified the top 25 projects that Mumbai requires by consensus. We set up what we call the War Room. The War Room, of course, Team McKinsey played a very important role in helping us structure the War Room. The War Room is a team of 15 dedicated resource people who have identified with the government, who've identified each of these projects. From these 100, the top 25 are identified. On a week-to-week basis, these 25 projects are monitored at a state level, at a city level, and at a national level, and an international level. And on a week-to-week basis, the progress or the lack of progress is reported to the Chief Executive, which is the Chief Minister. And because there's a Chief Minister who personally takes interest in the War Room, there are some key projects of Mumbai which are now gradually moving forward. The War Room has been seen as a great example by other states in the country, but this is not the final solution. War Room really is a stopgap arrangement, because what we need to change and fine-tune is actually the governance of the city. Can we have a well-oiled machinery where without or minus the War Room, things can progress, which we are hoping for. We've also shared with the government a similar platform where an entire governance model can be put into place. One of the advantages of Mumbai and India is its democracy. One of the challenges of Mumbai and India is also its democracy. So the number of voices which really come to play when the good project or a good idea is put forward also often pulls these things down. Lastly, I talk about the project which has been mentioned. Is somewhere I see a solution for developed, rapidly growing cities for people to start taking support and participation in reclaiming ownership of their own cities. Mumbai's rail network has 7.5 million people who travel on the rail network. You may have seen pictures of people or the trains bursting at its seams and people hanging onto the doors. What we felt was either leave it on the state to improve the condition of the railway networks, or the second option was, can we do something for our city? Can I feel that I belong to the city and the city belongs to me? What we conceived was a concept called the joy of giving. We chose the 2nd of October, just 1 month back, 2nd of October to the 8th of October, 1 week time. We started this project in June. It was a completely pro bono voluntary initiative. We started spreading the word. We said from the 2nd of October to the 8th of October, we'd like to beautify through artwork all the railway stations. We spread the word. We created each railway station as a project in itself, appointed a project leader for each of these stations. Gradually, artists started coming forward. Volunteers, school children, the able, the challenged, they all came together. By the 30th of September, we had close to 25,000 people who had joined hands. Between 15th of September to the 30th of September, we had the pre-painting work of all the stations which were done simultaneously. The state supported with the permissions. The people supported with their initiative and enthusiasm. The corporates came forward with a little bit of money because we had to buy paint for that. And from the 2nd of October to the 8th of October, each and every station got beautified and painted. And this has been seen as possibly the world's largest public-private people initiative executed within 1 week. What it has led to a great amount of a sense of achievement within the people of Bombay, that governance or no governance, we can still bring about a change in the city. Somewhere, one big problem that Mumbai faces is waste management, collection and disposal of waste. What people of Mumbai, these 25,000 people, have now come forward to say, can we do something? Rather than wait for the government to come out with a solution, can we do something on our own to change this waste? We've put together a catch line to say, don't try to change the world. Can we just be the custodians of the 100 meters where you live or the 100 meters where you work and beautify that area? Hoping that 3 months from now, these 25 will multiply into 75,000 people, and we try to bring about a change in the city by cleaning the city of its waste as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheshir, for sharing with us your experience. We started in Bilbao, and I think it's only appropriate that we wrap up this discussion by going back to Bilbao. It is my pleasure to introduce to you right now John Asua. John has held so many different positions also in the public and private sector. He was the Deputy Prime Minister for the Basque region, and he's also held several ministerial positions. He's also worked in the private sector with Bearing Point, with Anderson, and he was also the former chairperson for Orchestra. You've seen the presentation earlier on, which is the Competitiveness Council for the city. And he's also a fellow member of one of the WEF's future global councils. So, John, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Hassan. Okay, good morning. Alkate jauna, agintariak, adiskideok. It's a pleasure to be here with you sharing this panel. And first of all, I tried to set or point out three main things that I think it will be helpful for understanding what we are talking about all today. I'm not going to be, I can say, a speaker of Bilbao and explain exactly what's Bilbao. It's not my role. You are going to have the opportunity all this day and tomorrow to hear the leading people that is already moving and leading the different projects that you'll have the opportunity to learn from and share different things with that. What I'm going to try to use is the main concept that why we are here. And it's very important. I'd like just to remind that we all are here talking about the economy and cities because of the relevance of cities today and in the future. Cities are going to become the new player, the new key player for the future, besides or beyond the states, the current regions that we know. And cities is not only because the majority of the population all along the world is today in a urban or city place, but it's because it's a way in which we can understand the belonging, that my partner or my colleague from Mumbai has been explaining. We need to not only belong to a place, but to feel that we are belonging and sharing a project and the future. And this is very important today because if we will see, and this is important, of the relevance of the title that I choose for this presentation, that the key problems and challenges that we have all around the world are, first of all, inclusion. A big problem is inequality. And the inequality is not bigger state by state or country by country, but within the same country. The marginal areas, the isolated areas, the non-inclusive social people that do not think that they are part of the play, are not part of the game. So this is important, and cities is not thinking, how can I attract business? The important thing is, how can I build inclusive growth and competitiveness for people? That would be the adequate framework to provide new opportunities, to provide jobs, to provide well-being, and to provide and attract and retain talent, and bring to our country, to our city, bring the opportunities and the business needed. It's very important to understand another important thing. As we have been seeing in these all presentations, there's a kind of competition, open competition along the world about cities. And cities from a very different steps along history. A long time, we were talking about urban innovation solutions. Cities were brilliant or not if they were doing a very urban work. Transform the city, transform physically, without a sense or a purpose for what? Transforming and changing the city, but for what? It's not only hiring the top architects or having the best infrastructure or having things, but it's what is the purpose of the city? What is our unique proposition? What are we looking for? We can and need to build the full diamond of competitiveness. We can't work in an isolated area and do it very well. We have to work at the time in all the different things that are related with the whole policies, the whole things that we need. We need to talk about infrastructure, of course. We need to provide talent and that. We need knowledge. We need a lot of different things, but we have to work it together in a social, economical progress way at the same. We can talk about coming from competitive cities, yes, but it's not more about competing. Bilbao is a very good example. When you see this panel, you can say, well, what a big difference. Bilbao is just a column or a dot of Europe. And if you share and compare with all these cities, big cities, we are only a semicolon. We are just 2.3 million inhabitants. This is a city-state. How can we compare with Mumbai, with New York, with London, with also Singapore, from which we have learned a lot during the last 30 years, evolving in this strategy for rebuilding the city, nation, the city-state of Bilbao, Basque Country. When we talk about Bilbao, we're talking about a country. We're talking about Bilbao country. And when we talk about Bilbao, the Basque Country, is because another important thing. Cities are not only the geographical limit or the political administration of a space. It's about connecting. It's about magnetism. It's about cohesion. It's about how other things promote and provoke a natural surrounding, a natural interland in which we work together. So it's not so important if the technology part or the technology infrastructure of the whole country, in the Basque Country, is within Bilbao or it's in the country in which we work together. This is very important to take notice about this. An important thing is that when we're talking about Bilbao and the sample of what we are trying to build, we're not talking about numbers. It's not about figures. It's not about size. It's not about square kilometers. It's not about population. It's not about size of our economy. What is important is how connected we are to the world. And this is very important. In the past, it was too relevant to have a big economy, to have everything in your country or in your space or in your city. Today, you don't need to have all that. The important thing is how to manage talent, how you make this connectivity, how you work and be related along the world, having the opportunity for your self-belonging, for your people, for the way you are. We have seen very important things when we're talking about, for instance, New York, in the presentation that you made. We are normally talking about international or trade clusters along the world, but many times we forget the local clusters. That normally is about the 80, the 60, the 70% of our population, of our jobs, of the type of things that make the difference. And this is very important to work together in all of this. And it's important to not confuse labels with real initiatives and projects. We all can share the same comments and the same words. We all talk about infrastructure, about talent, about work, about whatever, but the big difference is the magical process. It's the sauce that makes the difference. Why one city success and others not doing apparently the same? So the important thing is today how we can make a new type of cities. This is a framework that has been used in the last report published in 2015 in the World Economic Forum. I was involved in this in trying to determine what explains or determines the strategy for a city to be competitiveness and have an inclusive growth. The important thing is that by first time, such an institution as the World Economic Forum that normally provides indexes about competitiveness for the different states, decided to come back to the cities and to the city regions and saying, well, a general state index does not explain a lot. If we were talk here, by instance, about the figures of Spain, it's saying nothing about if you have to come to Bilbao or go to Barcelona or go to Seville. It's nothing about that. And this is important in any country in which you say, if you think to go to invest to the United States, you are saying a little bit. You have to say, where are you going to go in the United States? Are you going to New York? Are you going to Los Angeles? Are you going to Washington? Are you going to Iowa? And it's very different, the thing and the decisions that you go. Same doing in the United Kingdom or coming to any other place, and this is very important. The thing is that this model, what you have to look for is, first of all, what you have to reform. What is the purpose? What is the unique value proposition that you would like to provide to your people? Once you decide what to reform, the very important thing is how to do it. How to do it with institutions, what type of institutions, what kind of leadership, what type of partnership, what type of things, how you do it, and look to two very different things. What are the strengths in your hard work? What do you have? What do you know to do? What is the culture of your city? And of course, it's not enough the hard one, but also the software. And all this has to be within a strategy, co-creating value. It's not about one discipline. It's not about one institution. The world is too complex. We need maybe not a war room, but a lot of people involved, institutions, and a lot of different things to promote all these things. Cities must be innovative. Innovative is not about only technology. It's about social innovation, it's about working, it's about relationship, it's about human capital, it's about how you can provide these type of things. And just see a little bit at the below of this slide, you can see the K that we have been using in the Basque Country along the world. We are not building a global world. We are trying to build a local world based on a K that it's knowledge, it's about attraction, it's about co-opetition, not competition, it's about the genetic code of the city. Cities have their own code, have their own genetic spirits, have their own culture, their own purpose. The K about netting, K about knowledge spaces that have to be built, K about social contract with all people that it's involved in the city, K about connectivity, key spaces to develop new spaces for innovation, for entrepreneurship, to work, to job attraction, and this is the key that all needs to look for and have to build. The other important thing is that cities, city regions, had an extraordinary role and opportunity to promote and develop businesses. It's not to be participating in all them, or have a share on that, or hold it, but they have a power not only in the past of purchase, but about promoting, about moving people, about living and have the opportunity to convert a lot of different people, companies, corporations, organizations, and institutions to work. Let's see, coming back to the Lee Kuan Yew Prize, Bilbao was the first one, the city that won that prize. An important thing is, until then, there are 4 cities that have won this prize. The last one is Medellin, 2 years earlier was Suzhou, New York, and the first Bilbao. But what is very important is to see why they explain the cities get awarded that prize. And we can see that Bilbao was classified as a first prize city because of leadership, strategy, a lot of different things that I'm going to point out now. But they were talking about identity, belonging, self-confidence, creative vision, transforming adversity with terrorism, with crisis, economical and social crisis at the time, rethinking a new future for their people, openness to the world from their own roots. But if we go to Medellin, we know that they were pointing out how they work and for the different solutions from adversity, how they were working for human development, to make a city more freer, to make it happier, and to transform itself from a violent space. Coming to New York, of course, an extraordinary blueprint of a lot of different initiatives and projects along the world. I used to say that New York uses to transform it 6 months, opening new spaces for opportunity, new areas, new activities, with the different things. And Suzhou, coming back to the heritage, coming to culture, but opening to the world with a different, perfect balance with urban group and things. So what is very important in all these common things is that this is about leadership, and it's not an individual leadership, but a leading with different people, institutions, organizations that are involved in that. It's about governance, how you govern all that transformation. It's about institutions, not only public or political institutions, but institutions, and it's about innovation. When Bilbao got the prize, the jury said that Bilbao was elected because that key factors. Because a continuous stability leadership with a 30-year strategy plan that was for the Bilbao Basque Country, not only for Bilbao, that all these things that I have pointed out here were involved in that place. So that would be an extraordinary guide for all cities, all spaces to look for and to make if we are working for that. Each city has to identify which are the different areas and the different industries and the different clusters in you would like to work. This is a very important thing because in the future, when I'm talking about connectivity, explaining that you have been competitive until now does not mean that you are going to be competitive in the future. A very important thing, how are the new global value chains going to play for your place, for your city region, and for your companies? Because until now, you were creating a framework for your companies, for your leading companies. But the big question today is, are going to need the same thing the leading companies from your country, in your country, to be part of that global value chain for the future? Are our energy companies, companies based on the Basque Country, or companies based in the area related with automotive, auto parts, or whatever, or the bioscience that we are trying to attract. These leading companies, they are going to continue to be leading companies around the world. But are they going to need to stay here and to be having a very important relevance about what we are doing? This is a big issue that we have to work for when we're building that. Once we work in all this, then we can find new business. It's not the same what companies need than what territories, countries, cities need. And just,
sorry, we're going to have to wrap up.
Yes, just work for that and just make this finish with this. What's the important role of cities and economy? Attracting, retaining, and promoting business, yes, of course. But for a unique value proposition within a complete social and economic ecosystem, through entrepreneurial public role, partnering in a real competitive process, public-public, more important than public-private, and toward inclusive growth, competitiveness, and new framework. Thank you very much, and sorry for this minutes.
We've had some very rich content, anecdotes, stories, challenges, frameworks from all the participants in the panel. What I'd like to do in the next 6 minutes, and that's going to be my challenge, is to ask each one of them one question, and hopefully they will be able to answer it in 1 minute or less. So I'll start here with the mayor. Alkati, we saw the different parts of the economy. Can you share with us, it's all about investment. What are the conditions that Bilbao is putting now to attract future investments and increase the numbers? Please.
It's not clear yet. There are so many reasons. I have very few time to say them. Well, I'll try to explain. I have said the good location we have. I have said as well the excellent connectivity from the external point of view and from the internal point of view as well. That this doesn't mean that we don't have to improve our connectivity. We have to improve it. But we have the airport and we have the port, and that's good for us. We have as well a high quality of life. We have as well, I would say, an attractive business environment to develop the economy and to develop different projects. We are the center of one of the most competitive areas of the south of Europe, as I have told you before. We have our own task collection, and that enables us to develop our own policies. This is very, very important. The talent. We have the creation, the retention, and the attraction of talent. We have the brand. Bilbao is a brand. It's not only the Guggenheim. It's a lot of things around this. And this brand is good for the attraction of the investment. And we look to the future. We look to the future. We have projects looking to the future. We have Zorrozaurre. We have the high-speed train. We have not told about it today, but it could be one of the most important projects for the city in the next year as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you convinced me. Meryl, the partnership has changed over the years as the economy of the city has changed from what I call bricks and mortar to clicks and mortar. Tell us how it's been, for the partnership to go through this journey, and what will be the Trump effect. In 1 minute or less.
I knew that was going to come up somewhere in the question. The partnership has been, certainly through our investment fund, I think that's where we've seen the most moving forward into, as you say, what did you call it? The clicks and mortar economy, because this is where we need to, again, make sure that every resident of the city has access to training and is ready for these jobs, new jobs now, and we're not training for jobs that no longer exist in the city. And that's where the Partnership Fund is investing, and that's where the partnership looks to. In terms of the Trump effect, I will, my colleague from London said, no companies had planned on Brexit. One of our CEOs said right after the election that this was a blank piece of paper. No businesses had counted on this. And so I think there's a lot of questions on how the next few years will be. So there's a lot to be seen. But I also think there's some opportunities. President-elect Trump has mentioned infrastructure and inner cities as getting a lot of attention in his first term. We'll see what that means. But it is clear there's a lot of discontent in the country, and there's a lot of anti-establishment. What that means for the major cities that certainly voted a slightly different way remains to be seen. But I think there's promise there, and I think that the investment and the business community will come along and we'll figure it out together.
John, London is growing, everything is great, but is it inclusive growth? And I want to look at the housing. There is worry that some people in very important professions are being squeezed out of the city. What are your thoughts on this?
It's a very serious challenge. House prices in London are now 17 times average earnings. They were 4 times average earnings as recently as 20 years ago. We are building around 25,000 homes a year to cope with a population growth of around 100,000, and we should be building around 50,000. So the consequences are arithmetically obvious. We need to be building more homes, and we need to be building more homes across a range of price points and of tenures. So the solution, like all of these urban challenges, is complicated and hard, but it needs to be gripped. So in London's case, the solution is about building more densely in the city, particularly in parts of the city which have currently rather low density development. So, for example, we have lots of high streets in London. Those high streets are changing their purpose, clicks and mortar rather than bricks and mortar. They need to be re-engineered with more homes, more leisure, less retail. These high streets typically are well connected because they have good public transport connectivity. So we need to be doing imaginative regeneration there. We need to be looking at bigger scale regeneration around some of London's brownfield sites. We need to be looking at new transport connectivity that will unlock parts of the city that are very low density and are underdeveloped to make them rather, as our colleague from Singapore was talking about, to create new cities within the city. And we need to be looking at getting public land, which is often underutilized, into development. So there's a whole range of actions that can be taken to build more homes, and the city needs to grip that.
Michael, Singapore has been really steadily growing in its economic development competitiveness, but it has a demographic challenge. How are we going to bridge that gap in population to attract talent from all over the world to continue to grow at the desired rates?
Sorry. Hello? Okay. That's a very interesting question. I think 2 governments ago, there was a reaction from the population that Singapore was adding too many new citizens. There were some interesting cultural issues between new citizens and Singaporeans, who are also a largely immigrant society. But nonetheless, I think what the government has done is that they have fine-tuned the policy of accepting new permanent residents and new citizens. But with the issue of looking at the population, making it more socially inclusive and catering to local needs, it's a little bit of a slowdown in terms of accepting people. But I think it's a good time for Singapore to pause and reflect, and also to grow from within and create the space that we need. Space being both physical space to expand and metaphorical space to expand as a people. I think in terms of space, developing the network for more NGOs to flourish, looking at skills and worker retraining, of preparing them for the disruptive future if we can, and looking at being more inclusive, looking at the aging population, looking at how we can cater to individuals of, say, the lower income group who may be left out of the overall race. So basically what I'm saying is we're looking within. We're still looking to grow. I think we will accept, of course, new immigration. And the good thing is our birth rate went up. because we had a stop at 2 policy. But because I think Singapore has become very livable, safe, secure, a lot of people are actually encouraged to have more children. So we're seeing more people with 3 kids now, some with 4 even. So I think that's a good thing. So we're growing from within. We're still accepting new citizens, I think, but we're a little bit more careful in who we accept. And I think that the tweaks are being done. It used to be you buy a property, you could get a right to citizenship, etc. So that's being tweaked, because that also fueled a spiraling in the real estate market. But that has since been controlled in terms of property curbs. But the main thing is, as I mentioned, and as John has said, we are making sure that the population has a home, because everybody should own a home, because this is where they belong, and this is what it means to be Singaporean, owning part of Singapore.
Shishir, obviously, population growth is not an issue in India or Mumbai, but what I want to ask you is, you've shared with us some of the sectors, financial sector, also entertainment. How do you see the Make in India sort of like national initiative impacting Mumbai, and what opportunities does it present?
I'll turn around to answer that people need to get involved in whatever project that, be it Make in India, because finally it's about employment or money-making opportunities, which don't seem to be the case, because rhetorics is one, slogans is one. Finally, at the trickle-down level, is it impacting people at all? Which does not seem to be the case in so many of these. Where I come from, I believe that while we are talking about PPPs, a different set of Ps is what needs to be applied. One is everything needs to be people-focused. There has to be a purpose in what you do, and the process needs to be streamlined. Somewhere the way forward, be it a Make in India or any other radical step that needs to be taken, has to be a collaboration. Because increasingly as cities grow, it's difficult to put your arms around the city with any one institution running it. So somewhere you need to start looking at it in a much more collaborative way. And the PPPs are a way forward. So one should ideally start thinking big, but starting small.
Thank you. John? I think you found a very new use for all the letters K in the language here with some of the terminology, competition, globalization. Share with us, please, some of these concepts. How did they manifest themselves in a transformational project like the Guggenheim? And in your point of view, what's next for Bilbao?
I think thanks to English that allows to describe everything and use the language and put it this. So that was a helpful way. But the case about what we thought here in the Basque Country. We do not believe in the globalization as a way it was shown to everybody. There were sharing and benefits for everybody, and the globalization is not exactly everybody has to be global, everybody has to go along the world without being a citizen for any place. So we talk about local development that is not only global and local, but it's something else. It's a type of culture, the type of knowledge, and these things. And when we were thinking in the economical transformation of this country, of the Basque Country, coming back from a huge industrial and economic crisis along the world, one of the things that we thought was, well, we have to attract and retain investment and attract foreign investment. And why foreign people can decide to invest here in the Basque Country. And we said, well, we need culture. We need to make a livable city. We need to provide health for them. We need to be attractive in those things, not only beginning with factories, with our manufacturing, good productivity or so on. So we began cleaning the water of the river and saying, well, we need culture institutions to become here. And looking around the world and learning, we all have been learning from all of you, from all the cities along the world, what they're doing, trying to apply different things, not to copy, but to make something that we have learned. And we were involved, and I say we, the different institutions, the different public sector, trying to build a kind of museum. A museum to promote and educate children, to attract people, to make another sense of understanding the world in a very different way. And we thought not in a Basque museum, but an international worldwide museum that will be. And analyzing that and making our own projects by chance, and tomorrow you are going to have the opportunity to hear Juan Ignacio Vidarte, that has been from the beginning in this project inside, we went to Guggenheim to ask for them to bring, to come to Bilbao to be the European site for the museum. Because we were looking not for only a museum, but for an icon, something that helps to develop and to promote the economical development of the country, to use our companies, to use our architects, to use our technology, to use our small companies in order to go abroad in a very different way. And that was the important thing. And just to finish with this, this is, I can say, a misunderstanding about the transformation of Bilbao City related with Guggenheim. People uses to say that thanks to Guggenheim, Bilbao has changed. I'm in the board at Guggenheim in New York. I have been involved in the 50 or 60 different cities that have come to New York to say, I want Bilbao Museum in Rio de Janeiro, in Singapore, in other type of countries. The response, the answer that we provide is, no, you misunderstood that. Guggenheim Bilbao is a successful project because the strategy and the vision of the transformation of the city vision of Bilbao made it possible. Because it's not only building a museum. Unfortunately, if you go along the different cities in Spain, you can find a lot of investments that have been made building extraordinary architectural museums that are empty, without a project, without a strategy, not aligned with the city development, and not providing what we were looking for. How you use investments and projects for your people to promote and develop your people, your companies, your citizens, your spaces. That's the key explain for that.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I'd like to wrap up this panel. Es Carrasco, using K's as well. Muchas gracias. And please join me in showing the appreciation for the mayor and the other panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure.
Muy bien, perfecto. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mesedez, mai inguru interesgarri honen ondoren hiriburuetan eta klima aldaketaren gainean energiak duen zerikusia aztertuko du Carlos Salle jaunak, Iberdrolako politika energetikoetarako zuzendariak. Carlos Salle joins Iberdrola from 2001 as Regulation Director. Since December 2014, he is Director of Energy Policies and Climate Change in the Chairman's area. Con una muy extensa trayectoria en el ámbito energético, Carlos Allé es en la actualidad director de Políticas Energéticas y Cambio Climático en Iberdrola, líder eólico mundial. Txalo handi batekin jar dezagun, mesedez, Carlos Allé jauna.
Bien, Egunon, buenos días, good morning everybody. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the invitation made to Iberdrola and to myself. Always Iberdrola is responding the invitation that are made by Bilbao. I don't know, Mr. Joshi is here. I have to say him that he have not to choose between Mumbai and Bilbao, because the theory that has said to me when I arrived to Iberdrola is that people from Bilbao board wherever they want. So they currently don't know, but he is already a citizen from Bilbao. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in this, our very dear city, and I would like to tell you some words about one of the main topics that we are talking about in the world arena, is the climate change. I always start with the conclusions, because I don't know if some event could arise that finish my speech, so these are the main aspects I would like to tell in the speech. Climate change is a current, so it's not an issue of the future, it's current, risk, and a huge risk for the planet. And 70% of the emissions that cause climate change are in the cities. 2/3 of the global emissions come from energy. And current energy consumption and production models are unsustainable. We have to change that. Electricity sector is more advanced because of the renewables evolution, and other sectors like building and transport has a long road to make. The good thing is that solution exists. We only need will from everybody, not only for governments, but mainly citizens that have a real role to make. The electrification of the economy to arrive to this decarbonization that is needed is crucial, as well as efficiency in all the sectors. We have to work together with all the levers, regulatory, technological, financial, and cultural, and with ambition and acting now, not leaving the solution for the future. Fighting against climate change can be seen as an opportunity generator. Has a lot of risk, but you can take into account the opportunities to have positive issues from fighting against climate change. Cities are one of the main actors to solve the problem. I will talk about that later. And another big problem that has mainly introduced in the cities is the air pollution. We have the advantage that fighting against climate change have the same tools to fight against air pollution. Well, I don't know if I have to present this, because there's a lot of evidences about not only climate change, but also for the anthropogenical product of that. But that remains deniers in the world, so we have to repeat that. We have problem with the temperature. We are achieving all the records in all the regions. We have a record, mainly in the last decades, of concentration of CO2. That is the main reason for the climate change. We have an increase of the level of the seas. We have an increase of the temperatures every month, every year, having the records. Our scientific evidence is not a future of the so-called crazy people of the IPCC that are the scientists that deals with climate change. These are reality. August was a new record. Then again, September, surely October will make the same. So are facts about climate change. This is very relevant. You can see in the inner circle the zero increase of temperature, and you have all the month along the post-industrial history. You can see that during a lot of years, the increase of temperature of the planet is inside the inner circle. So the increase is not so much. But suddenly, in the 50s, start to arrive to the circle that defines 1.5 increase of temperature of the planet, and also the 2 Celsius degrees of growth temperature that everybody knows about is included in the objectives of the Paris Agreement recently approved. So another fact that we can present. Also the increase of temperature of the oceans are in the right hand. So global temperature have been rising steadily since 1880, and 9 out of 10 of the warmest years after 2000 since records began. Okay, so more facts. But it's not only an issue of increase of temperature, it's also an increase of the very extreme events. You can see very close from here in the 50s. This is the normal distribution of the temperatures in the planet. And you can see the cooler than average in blue, and the warmer than average in the right. So just one decade later, we see an evolution of this distribution, more warm, extreme hot arise. Then 1 decade ago, the extremely events increased, and now we are passing just in 4 decades from having extreme temperatures events of 0.1% of this distribution to having this moment 40.5%. So it's not only a problem of average situation, but also on extreme situation. And this applies for all the world, so also to cities, to business, to industries, to citizens, and so on. Well, also there is impact in the economy. There are some studies that if business as usual remain, the reduction of the GDP of all the world is minus 23%. Some countries, like for instance Spain, reduce 46% their GDP. Others, like for instance Mexico or Panama, 80% of reduction of their GDP. Some countries increase the GDP because the increase of temperatures allows to recover some territories like Canada and Russia. For the very first time, the World Economic Forum puts the climate risk as the main global risk in their recently approved report. And these are all these side events that carry on the climate change problem. A lot of them are received in the cities, for instance in Bilbao, but the vast majority arrives also in an indirect way. For instance, refugees. Refugees are an important issue for instance, this is a declaration of the NATO Secretary General that says that climate change is a problem for the security of the nation. So we have a lot of indirect problems with the climate change. Another thing that is not climate change, but has a lot of coincidences in the solutions, is the air pollution. The air pollution that is local and have a lot of problems directly in the places that are produce this local air pollution. That causes 7 million people dying every year for this air pollution. And the relevant issue is that climate change action also contributes to air pollution reduction, and vice versa, with a special relevance for cities. What about the urgency? There are some studies that say that in some cases, there are some scenarios that in 5 years, we arrive to the 1.5 Celsius degrees. It's most common to talk about the 2 Celsius degrees because the Paris Agreement talks about that. But some islands disappear in some scenarios when they arrive to 2 Celsius degrees. That's the reason that in the Paris Agreement has included a quote that says that we have to try to not to increase to more than 1.5 Celsius degrees. So we don't have time in some scenarios. Well, in the left hand, we can see how is the current energy model. We can see that 80% of global energy consumption comes from fossil fuels. If we have a forecast, and this is made by the International Energy Agency, in 2040, the renewables increase a lot. But you can see that the brown, red, and green lines that are coal, oil, and natural gas remains being a very big part of this mixed production. So we have to make more things that business as usual. You can see in the right hand how the different sectors have influence in the emissions. For instance, the main producer is power generation, mainly in third world, because the production there is mainly with coal and with oil. It's not the case, for instance, in Spain, but it's very relevant, the power generation, production of greenhouse gases. But also, there's other sectors, transport, buildings, also agriculture. We have to look for solutions for all this sector in order to arrive to a solution for the planet. Well, the role of the cities that 55% of the world is in the cities, and 64% of the primary energy is consumed in the cities, and 70% of CO2 emissions are produced in the cities. So it's a very relevant actor if we want to fight against climate change. Current factors are that the pressure of the demography in the cities are increasing, are growing. So also the use of cars, vehicles, and there are also some inertia. When you buy a car or you buy a building, a house, you remain with this asset during a lot of years. So if you don't take a solution in these assets, that will remain with us a lot of years. This is the so-called lock-in. And we have to take advantage of knowing that problem that the scientists are saying to us to avoid this lock-in in the buying of these assets. Well, the International Energy Agency used these 3 scenarios: business as usual, 6 degrees of increase, 4 degrees, and 2 Celsius degrees. These are the objectives to reduce the temperature of the planet. So you can see here that in the business as usual, it's impossible to arrive to a current solution because 6 Celsius degrees, the scientist says that the planet is completely uncontrolled. So arriving to the solution of 2 Celsius degrees needs a lot of actions in the cities because we have to maintain more or less, with the increase of population and the increase of a lot of things, we have to increase more or less the use of energy in the cities. Well, concerning the other problem, the air pollution, you can see here that compared with the standards that are set by the World Health Organization, there's a lot of cities that have a very big problem with the air pollution. So maybe the way that cities will help to fight against climate change start fighting against their pollution. And this is the reason, for instance, that China will be the leader in climate change fighting because they have a real problem with their people with the air pollution. They are dying in the cities. I don't know if you have visited Peking or other cities in China. And the big problem that they have in this moment is the air pollution. So because of the tools are the same for fighting against climate change and air pollution, China is saying that he's a leader in the climate change fighting, but the real situation is that they have a problem with the air pollution. Good news, business models and technology are there. And the good news is that the reduction of cost of renewables are very high in the last years. So in the past, maybe in the last COPs, when the politician defines some solution for the climate change problem, they don't have the technology there at a competitive cost. But in this moment, we have. These are from the International Energy Agency. These are the path of the business as usual to arrive to 6 Celsius degrees in 2050. And these are all levers to reduce the CO2. We need all of them because we have here renewables penetration in the power sector. We have also CCS is confining the CO2 in some storages. And the other very big lever is efficiency. 38% of the solution is in the efficiency. We have a lot to make, and mainly in the cities with this. And mainly is made by citizens. So the awareness is also very important to be included in all the programs that we will deal with climate change. Well, also we can see here in the different sectors, transformation, buildings, power, industry, transport, that we have a lot to do in all of them. In the power sector is the one that we have more to do. It's mainly in developing countries because with the penetration of renewables, we will change the generation mix from coal and oil to renewables. But in the other sector, industry, transport, and buildings, mainly is efficiency. Efficiency is the driver in this path. Well, these are the business as usual presented by, well, the business as usual of demand and emissions. And these are presented by all the countries in the Paris Agreement. You know that 200 countries has present the pledges. They are called intended declarations of their fighting against climate change, all of them. But this is not enough. It's a good path, but this reduces the temperature from 6 of business as usual to 3. But 3 is also a huge amount of temperature for the planet. And we have to reduce to this demand and to these emissions. So there's a lot to work to do. In the cities, well, again, if we maintain this current situation, if we maintain the business as usual, we have to reduce all this in order to arrive to the 2 Celsius degree situation. So we have a lot to do mainly in the cities. Urban areas are key to decarbonize the economy. Well, and why are cities very relevant? Because differently from climate change, that you can have free riding, because if you emit, for instance, Russia, if Russia emits, maybe they have advantage of this emission and are interested that all the world emits, and they don't receive a problem for this emission. Vulnerable countries, normally poor people that don't emit, receive the problem of the climate change, all the problems. So this is called free riding. In the case of air pollution, you don't have free riding. If you are emitting in this city, you will receive the problem of the air pollution. So the pressure against the administration, the local administration, is higher than the one that received from the citizen from that are awareness of climate change. Also, you have more ability, more agility in the local administration than national or multinational or supranational levels. And this is a good thing. Urban fossil fuel move traffic restriction can be established by the mayors. Electric transportation support is made in a very easy way, much easier than if it's made by Brussels, for instance, or the central government. Requirement for thermal insulation normally is delegated to local administration, so it's easy to implement. And also it's important that the city halls are closer to the public and the awareness campaigns are much effective. Well, if we arrive to a good solution and we don't leave the planet to increase more than 2 Celsius degrees, we have some risks. And the risks come from, first, the adaptation. We have a lot of problems. We cannot solve this problem. We can mitigate the problem in the future, but we will have problems of increase of the sea level, of increase of temperature, increase of migrations, and you have, in all the administration, have to deal with the adaptation to the climate change problem. So it's very relevant to be included in each of us as citizens, as city halls, our local administration and central government, to have the adaptation plan for all the problems that could arise with the climate change. But also, there are risks for mitigation. Imagine that in some countries, there are some rules in order to arrive to the Paris Agreement objective, put some rules in order not to use fossil fuel cars. Those manufacturers of these cars could have a problem in the future, and this is a risk that has to be managed. The same if you construct some coal plant. In the future, maybe in 3 years, without recovering your investment, maybe the administration produce some rules that avoid you to recover your investment. So this is the so-called stranded asset problem that arises with the climate change. So we have to manage, and also in the local level, we have also to manage this sort of risk. But also, if we arrive to this solution of the 2 Celsius degrees, we have opportunities. We can see that the fighting against climate change as an opportunity. And this is a way that we are dealing with in our company. Not only having a better world benefiting from side effects, extreme events or air pollution, you reduce the cost of healthcare, but also you can develop research and development projects, new business opportunity, for instance, for adaptation measures. The engineering companies could produce adaptation measures. In the agricultural, also you have some different way of dealing with the climate change issues. Renewables also is an opportunity. Modern metering is very important to meter. If you want to control something, you want to control efficiency, you want to control emissions, you want to control demand, the main and the first instrument is to meter that, because if you don't meter a problem, you don't have this problem to control. So storage is very relevant in the power sector, because we will have a lot of renewables in the decarbonization scenarios. So we need, because of the intermittency of the renewables, we need batteries and pumped hydro in order to change the way that historically we explode the electrical system. Also, sustainable transport, electric vehicles, trains, and so on. And well, concerning the cities, the sustainable urbanism gives a lot of chance to make new business models. Well, and there's a lot of money there, because there are some studies that from now to 2030, you need 90 trillion of infrastructure investment. So there's a lot of money for those that wants to be in the green economy to change and to allow happens the Paris Agreement objectives. Well, what's the key element for the success? Well, first we have to define ambitious objectives. The ones that are presented are good in the 200 countries, but we need more because 3 Celsius degrees is also a problematic situation for the planet. We need a stable investment framework for this huge amount of investment that is needed for that. We have to look for measures in all the sectors, transport, food, power sector, and so on. We have a lot of research to make innovation. We have to deal with public-private partnerships are very important to work together. And it's very important to make awareness campaigns because a lot of people don't know what's the problem of the climate change appealing to us. We have to work a lot in efficiency and emissions in standards. And we have to give the signal of the price of the CO2. CO2 cost makes a lot of problems, so that cost to the society, and we have to define a price for that. For instance, if we want to implement the principle of the pay polluters, we have to give signal. The current signal in the world, if you sum all the costs that people in some countries pay for emitting CO2 and subtract the subsidies that are receiving the fossil fuels that are used in some countries, the global signal is minus $15 per ton. So the polluter pays principle is not working. It's polluter receive money principle. So we have to change a lot. For example, in Spain, but in other countries, it's impossible to compete less polluting vehicles with diesel vehicles. Why? Not only because of the cost that are reducing the cost of investment, but also because, for instance, in the electric tariff, and we need electrification for the decarbonization, in the electricity tariff, we are including a lot of different costs that are not included in the costs that are received by the, for instance, a normal car or a train engine that use diesel. So it's impossible, and this depends on the different administration to change this situation, because if not, we are sending incorrect signal for the consumer to use one or the other. This has happened very recently in UK. The court, the High Court, have said that the government has not working well, establishing bans for diesel use, and they oblige the UK government to establish some pricing to this or some taxation for use of diesel, because it's against the health of the UK citizens. So these are some of the signals that we are saying every day all around the world with this sort of CO2 pricing and air pollution pricing. Well, the solution will involve everybody. It's not only an issue of the governments. The government has to set ambitious goals, put in place policies, pledge, the national pledge, also the carbon pricing definition, but companies have to provide innovation and provide investment in this low carbon solution. We have to make disclosures. We have to in order to be reliable in this fighting against climate change, we have to establish compromises. The citizens are the key issue. If the citizens don't select those companies that are performing well in the climate change fighting, or are not pushing against those politicians that are not working well in the fighting against climate change and so on, we don't change the consumption model. And it's needed that the citizen will be involved in that. And for that reason, it's very relevant the awareness campaign. For instance, Bilbao, the Bilbao Council has made in their Office of Climate Change awareness campaign for that. And cities are one of the main actors, as I told you before, set stringent environment policies, tolls for the car use, develop local action, transport modes to change to this low carbon transport, sorry. Well, these are some examples that has been, some of them have been presented here, but there's a lot of experience in dealing with climate change issues, Bilbao, Paris, London, so you can see in the presentation. These are the way that a company as Iberdrola is dealing with the climate change. We anticipate and innovate in the past. 15 years ago, we decided that the climate change was a problem, and we start investing in renewables and mainly in wind. Then the second step is to invest. We have to invest. Now we are leaders in the production of renewables, mainly in wind energy. We are the main producer of wind energy in the world. We are also leaders in the implementation of smart grids. For instance, the first innovative project was here in Bilbao with a special metering in the Barrio Miribilla. And then we have implemented that in all the rest of the countries that we are investing. Pumping storage, we have invested also in investing. But not only we are happy with the past, we have to have some compromises for the future, and not for the very long term. We have objective for 2050 to be carbon neutral, but the executive will not be there in 2050. So we have to put some objectives, some compromises in the short term in order to press the current executive to fulfill these compromises. We have compromises for 2020 and 2030. So the investment has to be made now in order to arrive to these compromises. The disclosure, we have to be very transparent presenting all these solutions for the climate change issues. We support all the initiatives dealing with carbon pricing, the governments, in Bilbao, in the central government, coalition, carbon pricing leadership, coalition of the World Bank, corporate leader group, women business, a lot of coalition, in order to, the people, the society knows that big companies as Iberdrola are pushing against climate change, okay? And also sensibilization, very relevant. In all, this path applies to everybody. City halls, councils, central government, companies, and people, and citizens. Sensibilization. We have sensibilization concerning climate change. For instance, we have theater play for children. We are giving to our employees education for that and for their children, and to give support in the schools. We also have recently go to Marrakesh to the COP with a lot of people of different organizations, institutions, and governments to cycling and making an awareness campaign in order to all these people that are working in Marrakesh receive that. And we move by cycling in electric vehicles, of course, moving to Marrakesh from Seville in 10 stages. So I finish now with a very relevant phrase quote that has been made by the Secretary General of the United Nations when somebody asked for the failure of the Paris Agreement, and if we have another plan, Plan B, he responded that we have only one planet. There is no Plan B because we don't have a Planet B. And also in the Moving for Climate that I described, the cycling project, the initiative that we have recently finished in Marrakesh, we defend that we have to work all together with all the levers, with ambition, and now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Eskerrik asko, Carlos Alle, honen bestez amaitu dira goizeko jardunaldi eta hitzaldi guztiak. By now it's time to have lunch. We are pleased to share a meal with all the speakers in the restaurant called Lunch, that is located in the first floor of this auditorium. But please keep in mind that we will continue at 2:30 to 40 with the experiences of the cities of Madrid and Bordeaux. Bon appétit, everybody. See you later.
Bien. Eso está claro. Sumamos.
En Legazpi se encuentra uno de los referentes de la arquitectura racionalista madrileña, el mercado de frutas.
Está bien, ¿no? Va, pues déjalo.
Y verduras, un enorme edificio de más de 35.000 metros cuadrados que lleva décadas sin uso. Ahora, tras frenarse varios proyectos para pasar a manos privadas, el Ayuntamiento de Madrid ha presentado sus planes para convertirlo en un edificio de
manera que se adapte un poco a la configuración general. El programa participativo en la que bueno, pues entre otras cosas conecte el distrito con Madrid Río, que la
tienen que estar recogidas todas las ideas y que todas las vecinas y vecinos podamos ser partícipes, porque si no, no se podría llamar proceso participativo, sino sería proceso...
Tiene otro tipo.
Es una inversión que, dependiendo más, hay un elemento en un plazo reducidísimo de tiempo.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, far, fa, 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 fa. What the fuck? Bat bi hiru lau bost sei zazpi zortzi. Está un poquito alto igual. Sí, aquí tienes, está cerquita esto, pero bueno, está guay, ¿eh? Bat bi hiru lau bost sei zazpi zortzi bederatzi hamar, kaixo, kaixo, kaixo. Ei, 1, 2, 3.
Arratsaldeon dizuela guztioi, buenas tardes a todos y a todas. En la sesión vespertina de esta primera jornada del Forum Cities and Economy vamos a conocer en primera persona y en primer lugar la experiencia urbanística de la ciudad de Madrid. We will listen to Luis Cueto, General Coordinator of the Mayor of Madrid. His career has been linked to the areas of planning and management of human resources in several institutions such as the Social Security, Instituto Cervantes and several ministries. Nos va a hablar del nuevo urbanismo hecho pensado en la gente. Demos una calurosa bienvenida a Luis Cueto.
Bueno, muchas gracias por invitarme a estar aquí. Thank you, everybody, to listen to me. I will be very grateful if you don't sleep in the next half an hour. Y voy a intentar, en el tiempo que tengo, decir tres cosas un poco desarrolladas. La primera, ¿qué pinta un ayuntamiento en una ciudad? El ayuntamiento solo es una parte de la ciudad, no pequeña, es una gran industria, pero solo es una parte de la ciudad y no la más importante. Lo segundo es cómo recuperar la credibilidad de los ciudadanos que está por los suelos. El Instituto Nacional de Estadística año tras año viene diciendo que uno de los principales problemas de los ciudadanos, además del paro y de la incertidumbre económica, son los partidos políticos. No son una solución, son un problema. Y lo tercero, cómo creemos que cambia la vida de la gente cuando lo importante son las personas. Está muy bonito decirlo, pero intentaré poner algún ejemplo de que nos lo creemos y el coste que eso tiene. Madrid ha aprobado un plan estratégico que tiene una visión que dice devolver Madrid a los madrileños. La palabra devolver no es gratuita, significa que se la habían robado o se la habían prestado a otros. Y tiene una coletilla que dice apoyando a los que tiran y apoyando a los que tiran y ayudando a los que caen. Desde hace 1000 años hay un dilema que cada uno le pone la coma o corre la raya donde le interesa, y es crecer para repartir o repartir para crecer. Eso es, en la primera huelga general contra el Partido Socialista en los años 80 ya se hablaba de eso. ¿Debemos crecer y luego repartir o debemos repartir para poder crecer todos? La verdad es que cuando se crece casi nunca se reparte. Siempre hay otra cosa que hacer, ya repartiremos. Si hay algo que ha generado, y cada uno tendrá su opinión al respecto, populismos, es el descrédito del viejo pacto. No funciona. La gente tiene empleos de mierda, no tiene futuro, tiene que irse fuera de su país y, por tanto, la promesa de cohesión social es mentira. Por eso hay gente aquí y en Estados Unidos que se arriesga. No porque tenga mucha seguridad en lo que va a salir, sino porque no aguanta más de lo mismo. Decía Giovanni Sartori, un politólogo italiano, que la democracia no es poner al que quieres, sino echar al que no aguantas. Y por tanto, la ciudadanía desesperada tira un tiro al aire a ver qué ocurre. ¿Qué es Madrid? Madrid es el resultado de muchos siglos de historia, donde gente ha ido haciendo cosas. Ahora mismo son 3,5 millones de personas bullendo, y cuando se le pregunta a la gente que viene, el año pasado Madrid tuvo casi tantos turistas como la Costa del Sol, 8,5 millones, 8,5 millones que no van a la playa. ¿Por qué vienen a Madrid? Vienen por cultura. Madrid es una de las ciudades más espectaculares del mundo, en el que en 1,5 kilómetros puedes ir del Museo del Prado al Thyssen, al Reina Sofía, a Matadero, a la Fundación Mapfre, a un montón de instituciones en lo que se le ha llamado la Milla de Oro Cultural, el Paseo del Arte. Vienen porque ahí hay las grandes obras maestras mundiales. Vienen porque es la ciudad, según decía el otro día el Economist, donde es más fácil hacer amigos, con un precio razonable de las casas, con uno de los mejores transportes públicos de las capitales del mundo. Madrid es una ciudad, además de donde está el gobierno central y todo lo que eso para bueno y malo conlleva, donde están las sedes de las principales empresas. Posiblemente el canal de Panamá, SACIR, lo diseñó en Madrid, no en Panamá. Donde tenemos la vocación de atraer talento y sobre todo retener el que hay. Madrid es una ciudad de ocio, de cultura. El emblema más importante cuando uno va por Asia no es nuestra alcaldesa, sino el Real Madrid. Y el Santiago Bernabéu tiene el museo segundo más visitado de Madrid. ¿Qué le vamos a hacer? Así somos. No digo los madrileños, sino los visitantes mundiales. Madrid es una ciudad, por tanto, de creatividad. Y querríamos que eso fuera a mucho más allá. No sé si muchos de ustedes saben que la empresa que le hace los mapas más novedosos a la NASA está en Cuatro Caminos, un barrio muy populoso de Madrid. O startups como Cabify, o una ciudad que ha hecho una apuesta a destiempo, porque ya nos llevaba mucho tiempo de ventaja, por el coche eléctrico. Madrid ha acelerado de 0 a 100 en un tema en la que estaba muy retrasado. La empresa Car2Go ha puesto 500 coches smart de car sharing en Madrid, 100% eléctricos. La empresa Nissan la semana pasada entregó 100 taxis 100% eléctricos en la ciudad de Madrid. Hay 3 o 4 empresas que en los próximos 2 meses van a hacer un desembarco muy potente en la ciudad de Madrid, que nos ayudan a que Madrid, no por méritos del ayuntamiento, que simplemente estamos para lo que haga falta, sino por méritos de que se construye un ecosistema que una cosa lleva a la otra. ¿Qué le piden los ciudadanos a un ayuntamiento? En mi opinión, le piden sobre todo 3 cosas. O son 3 gorros los que se pone un ayuntamiento. El primero es un gorro de regulador, de hacer normas, de hacer ordenanzas, de regular la vida privada. ¿Y ahí qué se le pide al ayuntamiento? Que acierte en la intermediación. Si se pasa de regulador, asfixia la vida privada. Si no regula nada, deja desguarnecidos a los ciudadanos. Esos desreguladores que dicen, tú no pidas nada, pero cuando mueren 2 tíos asfixiados en una cocina de un restaurante que nadie vigiló, la culpa es del ayuntamiento, eso nos hace mucho que pensar. Y cuando tú no regules nada, pero tienes 500 denuncias de vecinos que dicen que no pueden dormir porque el bar de al lado tiene la música altísima hasta las 3 de la mañana, entonces ya sí que toca regular. Lo primero es regular la movilidad, regular las licencias de actividad, regular las obras, regular el urbanismo. Madrid tiene, después de 4 años preparando un plan general que nunca salió, se ha decidido que no vamos a hacer otro plan general para que no salga. Nos come la impaciencia de cada día. Nos quedan solo 2 años y medio de legislatura porque los últimos 6 meses son de propina. No queremos hacer otro plan general. La gente está harta de planificaciones, lo que quiere es proyectos concretos que salgan en un tiempo razonable. Por tanto, copiando a ciudades como Barcelona, lo que queremos es identificar 5, 6, 7, 8 grandes proyectos y, a ser posible, que salgan. La segunda papel que tiene, y en este primero luego lo detallaré un poco en la segunda parte de mi intervención. El segundo papel que se le pide a un ayuntamiento es que preste servicios, que limpie las calles, que proteja los parques, que dé seguridad con la policía, que preste servicios. Eso es un compromiso democrático crucial. Como ya no nos creemos nadie el mito de la redistribución vía impuestos, porque se ha impuesto, valga la redundancia, la hipótesis de que a mayor reducción de impuestos, más creación de empleo, y eso es una curva de Gauss, a partir de un momento dado, una persona multimillonaria no tiene especial interés en seguir creando empleos, tiene especial interés en proteger su riqueza, a ser posible en Luxemburgo. Hay un momento dado en cuando se asfixia a la pequeña y mediana empresa, donde sí hay un interés en crear empleo. España tiene un problema enorme de crecimiento, porque hay muchas pequeñas empresas que no quieren ser grandes porque pierden beneficios fiscales y prefieren crear 5 pymes a crecer, pero eso es otro tema. Prestar servicios es crucial para que los ciudadanos no sean de segunda, sino que sean de primera. Buenos transportes públicos, buenos sistemas que esos trascienden al ayuntamiento de educación y sanidad. Es una de las trincheras de la democracia, prestar buenos servicios públicos. El equipo de gobierno actual se ha encontrado con una precarización brutal de los servicios públicos. Hubo una época, del 2007 para acá, en España con un par de años de retraso por chulería, en el que se compraba lo más barato. El ayuntamiento tenía una norma interna de contratación por la cual el 65% de los puntos de cualquier contrato era el precio. ¿Qué significa? Que hay empresas que casi van a pérdidas, rozan la rentabilidad con tal de conseguir un contrato en la Ciudad de Madrid. A birria de retribución, birria de servicio. Cuando la anterior alcaldesa, muy ufana, decía que Madrid se ahorraba 650 millones de euros en la limpieza, lo que no decía es que iban a limpiar por 650 millones menos las empresas que habían ganado los contratos. Con la ensoñación del cuadro de Goya de los sueños de la razón producen monstruos, descubrimos la rueda y en vez de exigir recursos se dijo vayamos a resultados. ¿Qué ocurre? Que nos gastamos más en inspectores que en limpiar la calle. Un desastre. Estaba inventada la rueda, hace falta 3.000 tíos limpiando las calles, pero si hay 1.000, la cosa no cuadra, por muchos indicadores y muchas penalizaciones y mucha ciudad inteligente y muchos medidores que todos los recurren al Supremo y tardamos 10 años en poner una sanción. Eso no funciona. Hay que tener 3.000 tíos barriendo las calles. Y lo demás son historias. Pero aquí nos ahorramos 650 millones de euros. ¡Qué bien! La máquina de Madrid está perfectamente engrasada para no gastar, porque veníamos de una época donde estábamos intervenidos, donde Madrid pagaba 2 años a los proveedores, donde nos dejó la aventura olímpica y una serie de proyectos faraónicos, 7.500 millones de euros de deuda. Por una política muy agresiva, el anterior equipo de gobierno redujo 2.000 millones de euros en su legislatura. En la legislatura actual, con una mejor coyuntura económica, el equipo actual ha reducido 1.000 millones más la deuda, con lo cual dejaremos, si todo va bien, la deuda en 2.800 millones de los 5.000 con la que los encontramos. A eso se llama, creo yo, gestión presupuestaria seria. Más allá de anécdotas estúpidas sobre trajes de los Reyes Magos o sobre bobadas. Eso es una actitud seria. ¿Qué necesitamos en una ciudad que sea sostenible económicamente? Por tanto, y ahora me voy a referir a una de las vergüenzas políticas más graves que tiene este país, no solo con la Ciudad de Madrid, con Bilbao, con cualquier ciudad, quizá Bilbao de forma más sangrante, y es una norma que no rige en muchos países europeos, pero que aquí sí, que se llama la inicua regla de gasto. No sé si saben ustedes lo que es, pero lo voy a explicar en 2 minutos. Por cierto, como tengo media hora, cuando me quede un cuarto de hora me hacéis, que si no me enrollo. ¿Vale? ¿Alguien? Cuando el gobierno tuvo que rescatar a los ayuntamientos y se dio cuenta de que habían comprometido muchos más gastos de los ingresos estables que podían mantener, dijo, hasta aquí hemos llegado. Yo te pago a tus proveedores el fondo de liquidez, pero te voy a atornillar, porque nunca más comprometer gastos basado en una burbuja inmobiliaria que al caerse te deja sin soporte ingresos para tantos gastos. Hasta ahí bien, hasta ahí bien. Es razonable que con esa regla rara de la Constitución de que se puede hacer vigilancia de la macroeconomía de este país y con la reforma exprés de la Constitución dio amparo a leyes que están asfixiando la autonomía municipal. Hasta ahí bien. Y por tanto, cuando un ayuntamiento no cumple cualquiera de estas 3 reglas, déficit público excesivo, Madrid tiene superávit. Deuda pública excesiva, Madrid ha cancelado sus acuerdos con las empresas de rating porque no va a emitir nueva deuda y la tiene financiada. Y incumplimiento de la regla de gasto, Hacienda, en esos casos, te pone un hombre de negro. ¿Qué es eso de la regla de gasto? Pues una cosa tan estúpida como la siguiente. Te hacen una foto fija en el año 2014 y te dicen, solo te voy a dejar que crezcas en gasto lo que crezca la economía nacional, comparando Calatayud con Madrid o Soria con Bilbao. Da igual los ingresos que tengas, da igual tu situación financiera, da igual que no tengas deuda, como en el caso de Bilbao. El dinero que te sobra sobre lo que te dejan gastar, que es el 1,4 de la foto fija del 2014, lo tienes que tener en un banco pudriéndose, al 0,01. Eso es irritante, con la cantidad de gastos que necesita hacer Madrid y con 200.000 parados en la capital. Eso es una auténtica vergüenza. Cuando te dicen lo que te sobra, solo te lo dejo que amortices deuda. Y cuando tú le dices, es que si adelanto la amortización de la deuda me penaliza, me cobran más, la tengo a 20 años, no me hace falta, te aguantas. Y si no, en la cuenta corriente. En el caso de Bilbao, que no tiene deuda, dices, es que no tengo deuda que amortizar. Y entonces dices, te aguantas 2 veces. Bueno, eso es algo inenarrable. Que al Ayuntamiento de Madrid le hayan sobrado en el ejercicio 2015 500 millones de euros, que no nos los dejen gastar, es algo que cuando el ministro de Hacienda nos diga dentro de unos meses, cierre usted 12 guarderías, cancele usted los programas de acción social, que se vaya la gente a manifestar a Cuzco en el Ministerio de Hacienda. Eso, si el Constitucional tuviera vergüenza, ya la habría anulado esa normativa. Ayuntamientos de todos los colores políticos, del PSOE, del PP, de Ahora Madrid, de todos, en la Federación de Municipios y Provincias han planteado que se derogue esa norma que asfixia a la administración local para que cuadren las cuentas a martillazos en Bruselas, donde se juntan el saco todo y te dicen, como el Estado es un despiporre y las comunidades autónomas no hay quien las pare, vamos a coger el superávit de los ayuntamientos para cuadrar las cuentas. Pues oiga, no señor, aguante usted en otro lado, pero no nos asfixie a nosotros. Luego eso no puede ser. Además de la sostenibilidad económica, en la que es crucial romper esa regla de gasto, el Ayuntamiento ha cambiado la contratación, porque no es poca cosa tener una empresa que gaste cada año en tu ciudad 1.500 millones de euros en contratos externos. Es el caso de Madrid. Madrid tiene un presupuesto de 4.700 millones, 1.200 de los cuales son contratos que se sacan fuera, cada año, 1.200. Algunos son consolidados plurianuales, otros salen nuevos. Bueno, pues en esa nueva forma de contratación tenemos una dura batalla con la delegación del Gobierno que dice que las cláusulas sociales son ilegales. Y es verdad que la ley de contratos española es muy fina, porque dice que si tú das puntos a una empresa que trata bien a sus trabajadores y eso no está directamente vinculado a la prestación del servicio y lo puedes acreditar, estás yendo contra la competencia. A mí que me importa que sus trabajadores estén esclavizados, con tal de que den un buen servicio, haya lo demás penas. Estamos corriendo la rayita milímetro a milímetro para ver en cuáles de aquellos contratos y en cuáles de las fases de la contratación, las cláusulas sociales en según qué tipo de contratos, sí podemos defender que mejoran el servicio que la Administración va a recibir. Además de eso, hemos hecho cláusulas en la contratación de comercio justo en suministros, en cafeterías, y tenemos una clarísima vocación de utilizar una herramienta como es la compra para apalancar políticas públicas. No gastar a lo tonto, sino con objetivos. Por tanto, ese papel que tiene la Administración Pública de agente económico, de empresa que invierte en su ciudad, es muy importante. No es un gasto tonto, es un gasto orientado políticamente. Por tanto, sostenibilidad económica, gastar cuando puedes y cuando es sostenible tu gasto. Sostenibilidad ecológica, las ciudades no aguantan más. Tenemos que seguir restringiendo el coche en las ciudades. Cuando el rollazo que supone restringir el coche privado lo contrastas con las 30 y tantas mil personas que se mueren sin poder respirar en Madrid por afecciones pulmonares, la cosa ya cambia. Y las ciudades no pueden. Madrid, cada día entran y salen 950.000 coches de Madrid. Entran y salen 950.000 coches. Eso es una barbaridad. No puede ser. ¿Me queda un cuarto de hora o menos? Vale. En el urbanismo, para ser sostenible, con ese paradigma neoliberal que nos rige desde hace unos años, muchos ayuntamientos han inventado una moneda que no se llama euro, ni se llama dólar, ni se llama yen, sino se llama edificabilidad. ¿Y qué significa esa moneda? Como yo no tengo un duro para hacer unas infraestructuras que necesito, le digo al promotor privado, házmela tú. Y dice el promotor privado, vale, si me dejas hacer 2 torres más, yo te pago la infraestructura. Pues hay una operación en Madrid, que no diré cuál, pero la vais a saber enseguida, que dice el ayuntamiento, oye, ¿tú me puedes hacer una estación de metro? Dice el privado, a ver, tal, sí. Si me dejas hacer 2 torres más de las que dice el plan y me haces un plan especial, te hago la estación de metro. Muy bien. Oye, ¿y en vez de una me puedes hacer 2? Y dice el promotor privado, vale, pues otras 2 torres. Oye, y además de las 2 estaciones de metros, ¿me puedes hacer un intercambiador que tengo un tráfico ahí de la leche? Y dice el privado, sí, dame otras cosas. Y así el cuento de la lechera. Resulta que cuando la ciudad dice necesito 5.000 viviendas en una zona de Madrid, para que me paguen infraestructuras, aprobamos 17.500 viviendas que no hacen falta en absoluto. Promotores que además no son constructores, son bancos. Y los bancos ya se sabe, los bancos compran y venden dinero, no hacen casas. Cuando uno le da un cromo a un coleccionista, ¿cuál es su chance? Canjearlo, venderlo por más valor. Cuando a alguien le dan un cromo y tiene ya todos los permisos, dices, qué bien, ahora se lo vendo a un fondo kuwaití o se lo vendo a un rico de donde fuera. No queremos falsificar la ciudad. En la operación Mau Calderón, donde esta moneda de edificabilidad se había puesto en marcha, hemos tomado una decisión tan tonta como la siguiente. Si no tenemos 70 millones de euros para soterrar 1,5 kilómetros de autopista, pues no lo soterramos. Pero no le dejamos al promotor privado que edifique 2 torres de 20 plantas que no queremos que existan. Nuestros críticos dicen, no le iba a costar al ayuntamiento nada. Bueno, pues resulta que iba a dejar para las siguientes generaciones una ciudad que es la que no queremos, para los restos. Y acabo. ¿Cuál es la única manera de cambiar la forma de gobernar? Con 3 elementos de sostenibilidad política. 1, gobierno abierto. Otro, transparencia, y otro, participación. Tenía 3 enlaces que no me da tiempo, pero quien quiera tienen los organizadores las presentaciones, en 3 ejemplos donde los ciudadanos están decidiendo cómo quieren que sea Madrid. El primero, la plaza más importante de Madrid, la Plaza de España. Un proceso en el cual a los vecinos se les ha pedido, ¿cómo queréis que sea vuestra plaza? Donde se ha juntado la frescura de los vecinos, que no son tontos, y lo mismo que votan al presidente de gobierno, saben qué ciudad quieren, lo que no saben es cómo, juntando ciudadanos con expertos. Los expertos han escogido los 5 de los que pasaron el corte y dentro de un par de meses aquellos 2 que los técnicos han decidido que son los mejores los volverán a votar los ciudadanos. El segundo ejemplo son unos jardines diseñados por el ayuntamiento, por los vecinos que pararon la construcción de 2 torres de 20 plantas en el patio de un colegio porque no querían que se cargara uno el patio del colegio. Y el tercero es la biblioteca de San Fermín, en el que los vecinos han diseñado cómo quieren que sea su biblioteca. La apropiación que supone eso, la apropiación, que no venga un arquitecto municipal y te diga, toma, tu nueva biblioteca, no es lo mismo que tú hayas estado 2 meses interactuando con los técnicos municipales que te han respetado, te han oído, te han reinterpretado, te han traído el próximo jueves la propuesta si era lo que tú querías o no, y se han tirado 2 meses y medio trabajando con los vecinos, porque cuando la participación ciudadana se le tira al mar, se ahoga casi siempre. Y si te la crees, perseveras en ella. Los procesos de Madrid todavía son minoritarios. Nuestros críticos dicen con razón que de 3,5 millones de personas votan 50.000. Y es verdad que es poco, pero el secreto no es abandonar, sino convencer, ayudar y mejorar. Y que voten 500.000 de personas. Nuestro empeño es ese. Creemos que la única manera de recuperar la confianza de los ciudadanos en las instituciones es con una cosa muy fastidiada que se llama credibilidad. Y cuando nuestra alcaldesa todos los días, uno detrás de otro, va a trabajar en metro y 10 vecinos de media le cuentan sus cosas, está haciendo más discursos que cuando viene a un congreso. Eso, con un desgaste físico y emocional muy fuerte, eso, no, en mi opinión, no es demagogia, sino es creerse, ponerse a la altura de los vecinos. Ojalá nos dé tiempo a hacer alguna que otra cosa. Muchas gracias.
Eskerrik asko, Luis Cueto. Tras conocer la experiencia de Madrid, la próxima ciudad invitada a este Syrian Economic Forum es una ciudad francesa, concretamente Bordeaux. Vamos a conocer su transformación digital. Horretarako hiri horretatik etorri da Florence Fossi-Gaffard, hiri horretako zinegotzia. She's going to talk about the digital transformation held in the city. S'il vous plaît.
Good afternoon, everybody. Arantxaldeon. Sorry, that's all I know. On behalf of the Mayor of Bordeaux, I would like to express my warm thanks to the Mayor of Bilbao and his representative, Javier, for inviting me to speak today at the first Cities and Economy Forum. I'm very honored to be amongst you today with so many eminent experts and speakers from all parts of the world. When it comes to developing and implementing a vision about smart and sustainable cities, a fair dose of humility is required. I'm not an expert. Don't expect from me the list of all the projects that we are delivering in Bordeaux. I think there are lots of experts in this room, and you'll be talking about it in the next presentations. I'm more going to talk about our vision, maybe even our philosophy. And it's interesting because there will be some common features with what Luis just said about Madrid, which means we must have the same preoccupations. So the perspective from a public administration, Bordeaux is about 750,000 inhabitants. How do we go about it? How do we think? What kind of leadership is expected from us? In a fast-changing world where we all talk about disruptions, how can we avoid becoming irrelevant and left on the side of the road? How do we help our citizens adapt to, and thrive in the 21st century economy? And likewise, how do we go on encouraging innovation and wealth creation, job creation, along with more sustainable practices? I think cities, local governments have one great advantage. We have this power to design and to quickly implement meaningful solutions, something that is visible, something that is measurable, not a great big plan for a 20-year plan. We can really implement solutions to the problems, and we get feedback. We get immediate feedback because we're close to our citizens. We know our field of responsibility. We do not conduct business. There are a number of industry leaders in this room. We don't conduct business ourselves, but we are here to create favorable conditions for sustained economic and human development. In a city where people are happy to live, in a city where young people want to come and stay, in a city which attracts talents. For this, we need to bring together the skills and the enthusiasm of the entrepreneurs, local, global, big, small. We need to have a very open city, no data locking. And we need, of course, to provide all the components that are necessary for a properly running smart city. Of course, all the robust telecommunication infrastructure, but also all the user-friendly services and applications. Now, this is obvious, and this could be said about any city. What makes the success or the failure of our action depends largely on our capacity to identify and to respect the DNA, the essence of our city. Not one size fits all. Bordeaux is a historic city, worldwide famous for its wines, with a very fine heritage, and we need to protect it, we need to enhance it. We have in Bordeaux, just to give you an idea, not just a few monuments that are UNESCO listed. We have 1,800 hectares in the city center that are part of UNESCO heritage. It means we need to treat very lightly there. Also, our citizens of Bordeaux, they share a number of values and expectations that we have been elected to fulfill. We need to understand our limitations. Public administrations are no digital natives. We are embracing today various transformations induced by the digital revolution, but we definitely are not naturally gifted. we cannot operate with the flexibility that is needed to cope with the pace of IT innovation. We must remember that sometimes we need to just step aside, let the private players do the work, because our footprint would be too heavy. We're not mobile enough, we're not agile enough. Let me be very blunt. In this digital transformation, the risk for local governments is to become irrelevant, left on the side of the road, and things to happen elsewhere without our approval. So we must give ourselves the means to think smart, to choose wisely. What game we want to play? We want to have a say in defining the rules of the game. I'll get back to this in a few minutes. And for this, we need to have a few smart people that really understand what's going on. In Bordeaux, we have been able to attract a few talents. One of them is Antoine, who's sitting here quietly on row 1 and who's helped me prepare this presentation. But this approach is really necessary because when you look back, you can see that some of our achievements, let's be real and let's call them mistakes. We have been, when I say we, collectively as city leaders, sometimes we make mistakes and we indulge ourselves into over-communication, over-marketing, bragging about overrated projects, and, well, campaigning for the next election. Give you a few examples maybe of mistakes around the world. I'm not trying to point fingers to anyone, but just a few costly mistakes. Well, in the 1980s and 90s, cities thought, you know, the world is growing, let's build more infrastructure. And they were just doubling the size of their freeways until they got to gridlock, because the more space you give to cars, the more cars you attract. Not the topic today, but just, you know, an example. And it's hard to get back, of course. Then the reality behind the hype. Think about, I don't know if some of you have heard, but what was a really good initiative from Mr. Sugata Mitra about the holes in the walls, which was free access computers for children. This is what it looks like 3 years down the track. Another costly mistake. The reality behind the hype. The danger of over-communicating. That's the symmetry of the best ideas in the world. We all know a few of them. Think about no, there's one missing, no? About the waste. Okay, I thought there was one more slide, sorry. You've all heard about that whiz kid who's devised the perfect solution to clean our oceans from all the plastic waste floating around it. And it's still going on the social networks. Well, that idea has never got legs, because it was completely abandoned because it was not a true solution. It wasn't efficient, it wasn't scalable, and yet it's still going around on Facebook and LinkedIn and everywhere as the perfect solution. This is not true, it's not happening. More broadly, we mustn't try to stick to the latest hype. We just want to think in the long run. Yes, what will the future look like? This is what we thought when in the 1980s and 80s, we thought we would be living like this today, and eating pills and things like that. So let's not double guess what the future will be. We don't know what technology will deliver. Be humble, again, be humble. As public administrations, we're not startup companies. When we play the innovation game, we cannot benefit from the extraordinary challenging environment and the uplifting context that startup companies have. We can't compete with them. We can't hire the top-notch developers. They don't want to work in an administration where we are slow and heavy. We can't. It's much harder for us and for our teams to be confronted with the client's needs to create this very quick feedback loop because we don't sell anything. We can't adjust our services quickly. We don't have access to the massive fundraising opportunities that are needed when you want to develop a new technology. In a nutshell, we just don't have the same frame of mind as Yelp, Uber, or BlaBlaCar, or Waze. I think there's someone from Waze in this room. Yet, we do have an ambition to be smart, to be generous, and to be a useful player in that field. So how do we get about it? I'll share with you the way we think in Bordeaux, yes, smart city is much more than this. You probably know this kind of classic representation of the various layers that could shape smart cities, from the IT infrastructures to communities. Do we want to act on all of these levels? Whether the answer is yes or no, I think the question must be debated publicly. Is it our role, public government, to create a fiber infrastructure that could eventually become a public good, that could be an asset of the city? Some American cities have decided to do that, to make that choice. Or do we prefer to rely on private telecommunication operators in the context of a framework agreement, of a PPP agreement with them? It's a political as well as an economic question. The same kind of debate could be held about our legitimacy to order or to develop a new service that hasn't yet been addressed by the private sector. Why, on which ground, how should we get involved? Should the answer be yes, we also have to be innovative and transparent in the way we're going to implement and develop these projects. So in Bordeaux, we tried to give ourselves a framework to be able to really assess and make wise decisions. We adopted from the private sector the business model canvas, which is redesigned to better match our priorities and test the robustness of our projects. What is the core value proposition of the project we're about to launch? What is the true service, the customer benefit of this brand new grid that that company wants me to buy? What will be the true benefit of this new device for the classroom? Answering the question, raised by this canvas can be a very transparent and efficient way to challenge ourselves through open, fair discussions. Again, what Louis was saying earlier, and it does help enormously. One more advice: follow our intuitions. I would tend to have this very pragmatic approach, common sense. At some stage, we need to ask ourselves, is this wonderful, prototype system likely very hard to maintain, never implemented before, asking for a real financial effort? Isn't the price to pay too high sometimes? Intuition. Because, when you see this, when I see this, my first intuition is to say, well, this is just a glamorized can opener and nothing else. Sorry, just a private joke, okay? Local governments can be very naive, and it's very easy for a supplier to sweet talk us or to back scratch us into buying something we don't need or which is not a solution for us. An open government, I think we all agree with that. Everybody's talking about it. It is true that allowing the citizens to express their needs and expectations is the best way to start a successful journey towards innovation. And we have all the tools for that, so let's use them, and let's really use the feedback. One more principle that we have in Bordeaux. Let's be happy seconds. Silver medal. It is a dubious privilege to be the first to implement, a state-of-the-art, latest, fabulous, groundbreaking innovation, which turns out to be full of uncertainties, of missing elements, of plain bugs. We shouldn't be ashamed to use and disseminate tools that have been previously tested elsewhere and have proved successful. So our motto in Bordeaux is, silver rather than gold medal. We're happy with that. Security. Security, I would use even the word ethics. Another key subject linked to innovation is the need to ensure that we're not moving forward without gathering the conditions for security. I won't talk here about cybersecurity, which is of course top of our mind, all of us here today, but this is another matter. It needs, another conference in itself. But privacy protection is definitely an area of responsibility where we are in charge. We need the knowledge from the data collection, from the data mining, again, no data locking, but we need to look after public goods, So we're constantly trying to find the balance between the two things. So, of course, you've got the EU regulation, which is called the General Data Protection Regulation, which provides a legal framework for that. It is largely insufficient. Bordeaux, as probably Bilbao, is actively involved in shaping these policies and regulations for the future. In Bordeaux, we are now we are a member of Eurocities network, which is a very influential organization gathering the 130 largest cities in Europe. And we co-chair the Knowledge Society Forum, where all these ethical matters are at the heart of our strategy. And I think, again, by working together, cities with cities, we are able to lobby at EU level and get the policies shaped the way our citizens want them to be. So really, it's all about getting the balance right. And I would go to values. We need to do this preparatory thinking to set up very strong foundations and give meaning to our actions. So we start by outlining clearly the definition of the values that drive us, the core principles that guide our daily decisions. These values are well known. Efficiency, social justice, transparency, again back to what Louis was saying, sustainable development, social cohesion, access to education. Otherwise, we will achieve nothing if we haven't, really agreed on these values. Once we have these as a big anchor, values must result in principles. That's the next layer here. So what's the difference? If I take, for instance, social justice can be a quest for equality. All citizens are equal. But do we want equality or do we want equity? Because, for instance, when you talk about the digital world, well, you will need to make more efforts to help some citizens become digitally aware than for others. So this is more equity than equality. To embody these principles, we have to work on the shape and the structure of our governance, the level of openness, the mechanism set to assess their action and their impact, and to what extent we invite our citizens to be part of the story in the making. And we said earlier, yes, we do want our citizens, and they are ready for that. They really want it, particularly Generation Y, for instance. They are very responsive when we consult them. Maybe I'll talk about just a few quickly. I don't know how much time I have left. 3 minutes? Okay, so I will skip the part about the Bordeaux projects. I wanted to, give you a few examples of projects, but maybe there'll be a discussion afterwards and I can get back to it. Otherwise, you'll come to Bordeaux and we'll share with you what we're doing there. So, project? No, I don't have time for a project. One, okay. Thank you. Maybe talk about what we're doing about heat wave safety preparation using digital tools. We have a number of old people, and we've put in place a very sophisticated system of alerts where as soon as the temperature rises beyond a certain level in summer, all the old people who live on their own and who've registered on that system get a phone call, which is an electronic phone call, but funnily enough, they don't get cranky about it. They don't say, oh, I got a machine calling me. They really have the feeling that the town hall has called them. And asking a few questions, and according to the signals they send, the way they respond to the questions, then there's an escalation. If they are not well, then we call them more regularly, or we alert the services. It's simple, it's working really well, it's proving very popular, and it's saving lives, more importantly. So going back to our great principles, collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Take into account all the stakeholders, and a number of these are here in this room today. We need to make a win-win partnership with all the players in the digital world. So there's the elephant in the room. I haven't mentioned the GAFAs or the GAFAMs so far, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft. They have this incredible capacity to interact in real time with hundreds of millions of people around the planet. No local government can do that. And all of these at an incredible pace and scale. So we need them, but they need us too. They need us because they need showcase projects. As we said before, because cities can deliver quickly projects that are visible and tangible. And these companies now, they need recognition, particularly in Europe, where they're a bit challenged. So we are working with them, and I think it can be, again, a win-win partnership. Then we have the manufacturers. In my view, industry needs to shift from a position which is technology-driven and which makes us city leaders sometimes uncomfortable, to a position which is city needs-led. Needs are the mother of innovation. Manhood has progressed, since the creation only based on needs. So that's what we want, the dialogue we want to have with the manufacturers. Then we have the local startup companies, which we want to nurture because maybe they are the future GAFAMs. And also, we need to help them grow. Then, again, the players, we have us, the city leaders. We initiate the projects that are needed for the communities. We help the other players understand the DNA of our city and of our community. We have a say in the rules of the game. And we make sure, always, as Michael Bloomberg states in his Data for Good exchange, that we keep the human dimension in every project. Then what is needed in the equation? The funding, of course. I really think that if cities and industries work together on projects that are replicable, scalable, funding will come naturally, and it's happening right now. And finally, the other players are the other cities. Individually, Bilbao alone, Bordeaux alone, we can do great things, but it will remain just a small firework. It will never be a big bonfire. Whereas when we collaborate with other cities, and I think that's one of the great benefits of Europe, of the EU today, we can really make a change in the market. We can really make a big leap forward. And I think today there are people from New York and Singapore, and again, I'm talking about the EU, but this can be, of course, expanded. So yes, let's collaborate and scale up projects. Just to conclude, this is how we think in Bordeaux. Providing new technologies and services, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence will definitely result in some unforeseen effects on society and on individuals. We can't avoid it. But as city leaders, as local governments, we certainly, we can't predict the future, but we can exert some kind of influence on this transformation. We can encourage innovation, but at the same time, we have to take responsibility for the consequences. We are responsible. We have a liability there. That responsibility is to look after our constituency, our public good, to consult them, to take them into account, and to help them think about what kind of society we are in, but also what kind of society we want to become. So my last sentence would be, let's never forget that digital transformation is only, a smart city, it's only a means to an end. And the end is just to get people to live together better. Thank you for your attention.
Bordeleko hiriburuak izan duen eraldaketa digitalaren aritik hain zuzen ere digitalizazioaren eraldaketak hirietako ekonomian, gizartean eta ingurugiroan zer nolako bilakaera izango duten, izan dezaketen aztertuko dugu eguneko bigarren mahai inguru honetan. The second round table of the day is going to be conducted by Courtney Finger. She's editor-in-chief of FDI magazine, a bi-monthly publication of the Financial Times. She's a well-trained journalist. She has interviewed political and business leaders at the highest levels on economic and investment issues, and has covered business stories all over the world. It's yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers and the city officials for inviting me here to participate in this conference. It's actually my first time in Bilbao, so probably a long overdue visit. Gives me a great excuse to be here, but I've been aware of the city for a long time. Obviously, the transformation that took place here in the past few decades is really world famous and is very often cited as a case study or a shining example of how to revolutionize a city and really put it on the map through using an iconic cultural offering. So it's quite exciting to hear what's happened in the city since then and to get a little bit more of the flavor of the place. Now, we've talked a lot already about what it takes to make for a successful and economically sustainable city economy, so we'll be delving into it a little bit further, looking into it from a different angle. I should point out as well, as part of our magazine, our special focus is on foreign direct investment, so we are always looking at greenfield inward investment. But FDI doesn't operate in a vacuum. Of course, it's reliant upon and connected to the organic growth of the local economy, as well as livability, infrastructure, everything else, and even the local startup community, the suppliers, all of it fits together to make a conducive environment for FDI. So many of the topics that we're talking about here that make for a successful city also have the benefit of making it attractive for FDI, which then creates more job creation. So I'm enjoying all this discussion, and we'll try, at the end, I'll be providing a wrap-up and see if we can tie some of these different pieces together. But first, the key word here that we've been talking about a lot of the day is transformation. Digital transformation we've heard mentioned a few times today. I think the important point about digital transformation was made by our previous speaker, which is that digital transformation is not an end of itself, it's a way to get to the place where you really want to be. So we're going to talk a bit about some different approaches, how that can be done, how it's been done in other places in the world. Now, the main thing I want to implore our fabulous speakers about is that we have a difficult position being the last session of the day. I was teasing Hasim last night that he had to get up early and be the first one, but I actually think it's harder to be the last one after you've seen a lot of presentations. So let's all try to be quite brief. It's a lot of information to get through. Let's be short, concise, and snappy so that we allow a bit of time for discussion and some input in the end. So do we accept this challenge? We do. Good. Now let's go ahead. So what we're going to be looking at is economic, social, and environmental development seen through the prism of digital transformation and how digital transformation can lead us to these important goals. First up, we're going to have Dana Eleftheriou. I hope I got vaguely in the right neighborhood of the pronunciation. Thank you. She's a policy coordinator for digital entrepreneurship and industrial transformation in the European Commission. So she'll tell us a little bit about what's going on in Europe in terms of digital transformation and also how the EC is supporting some of these initiatives.
Certainly. I will be happy to do so, Courtney. Thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you very much to the Mayor of Bilbao for the opportunity of being here today and making the presentations. Thank you very much. With you. So, at the European Commission, we strongly believe that cities and regions are the right place for developing further your territories. You know your territories, you know your stakeholders, you take your future in your hands, and you are the perfect players to develop further your local and territorial community. So what we try to do, though, is to analyze what's happening, observe, learn from good examples, and facilitate cross-fertilization of good examples, if I can say so. So we developed an action and initiative on cities and regions as launchpads of digital transformation. What do we mean by launchpads? We practically mean cities and regions who develop their own ecosystems, their own business environment, where they bring together all of their stakeholders, all of their actors, to commonly and jointly develop their economic development. But of course, the ultimate objective, as we have heard from all previous speakers along the day today, is the well-being of the citizens, of the European citizens, and of the society as a whole. What we did was that we have observed that even in the last years of the horrible economic and financial crisis, we had marvelous examples of cities and regions who managed to completely restore economic growth in their environments, taking and harnessing the potential of digital and other advanced technologies. We said that let's go and have a deep dive on these policies and see what were the common characteristics among these cities. And we have here 13 case studies of cities we analyzed. You will see lots of examples from Lisbon to Espoo, from Amsterdam to Lund, from Lodz to whatever else is there. Thank you, Trento, and even New York. And so you will see there are rich cities and poor cities, there are advanced cities and less advanced ones, there are large and small, there are cities from all tastes, but we try to identify what were the common attributes, what were the common characteristics among these cities, that they all followed their own ad hoc policies. We try to learn from them. And we developed a so-called blueprint for cities and regions of digital transformation. You can find it online. But this is in a poster like the 4 main attributes that we have observed in these cities. And this is all with the acronyms of LIST. So we created a list of attributes, where L stands for leadership and collaboration. And I cannot top up what was already said by practically every single speaker before me about the need for collaboration, for bringing the stakeholders together. I stands for infrastructure and investment. S stands for skills and talents. And T stands for technology, access to technologies, and data. I will be a little bit more specific for each one of these 4 attributes in a while. So, leadership and collaboration. I believe we have all got the message along the day today that times have gone past from the moment that politicians would really spell out a big strategy for their territory and then they would implement it through public policies all along the way. We are now observing a more and more policy mix of different initiatives and policies where the stakeholders, all stakeholders and the citizens are very much in the middle of the process of creating and shaping the policies of their territories. So policies, although you need a strong leadership and you need an ambitious vision of what the territory would look like in a few years from now, more and more this vision needs to be a shared one, and the implementation is fully based on local stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, I mean really everybody, from the local and regional authorities to universities, research organizations, clusters organizations, enterprises, both the large traditional industries, but also the startup community, the digital innovators. You need all those people to bring them together, and we have seen how successfully other cities have done it already, and take ownership of their future. That's, I believe, the word, take ownership of what will happen, and then act in an organic way, bottom up, but also sharing the common vision and working towards implementing the common and shared vision. The second area is the skills and talents. And again, we've heard a lot about today how it is a great concern on how to create the talents of the future in the local community, in their territory, how to attract talents from other areas and how to retain those talents by providing a nice living environment in the city, but of course also jobs and well-being. And there is a three-helix approach that is proposed through the blueprint that is to analyze, first of all, the skills possibilities, the skills potential in the territory, and find out how the skills gap between now and the jobs that will be needed in the future will be filled in, and take into account, of course, all provision of services by all relevant organizations. And it's not only the universities that can fill in the skills gap. More and more we see other training organizations, but also industry itself jumping in and filling in the gap for missing skills that will be needed in the future. But another major area of concern is, of course, the reskilling of existing workforce, of the workforce that will become obsolete through this digital transformation, through the automation of many jobs, from truck drivers to middle management. In the coming years, jobs will be more and more done by automated procedures, by robots. So what we do with the workforce that is already there is another major concern, and this is being discussed, that bold actions are being taken by a number of cities in this area. Next area is the access to data and technologies at local and regional level. And there again, we have seen that lots of cities already base their decision on the basis of big data resolution and analysis through putting sensors all along the cities on major infrastructure, from water management, waste management, to pollution and air pollution and traffic jams, in order to find solutions and make the city a more livable and more qualitative place to live. We have seen that access to data and technologies, of course, increases the accountability of local governments and creates a citizen-centric and more efficient public services. And it helps the creation of the right framework for businesses and create more innovation for businesses to come with solutions to the major societal challenges. And the last area is, of course, the key infrastructures and investments for digital transformation. So although we are talking very much about digital technologies, of course, we should not forget that it all is based on physical infrastructures, on the highways and the broadband connections and the 5G, and all this needs to go hand in hand. So we see more and more an integration of cyber and physical infrastructures that should go hand in hand, and one should cross-fertilize the other and strengthen the other part. Now, here are some examples among the cities that I mentioned before, but we have heard along the day so many inspirational examples that I wouldn't take the challenge to top them up, so I would go through them and concentrate my intervention now on some actions we are taking at the European Commission level to stimulate and boost investments in this area. Investment was something that was mentioned by all previous speakers. It is a major challenge. And let me concentrate on the smart specialization platform on industrial modernization that we created at the European Commission in June this year. Imagine that as a pipeline, very visually, where the input is practically all the support and investments and funds provided by the European Commission. It can be structural funds, other financial instruments that you have at your disposal while shaping and delivering your policies. The output should be major, but really big investment projects on which we are suffering right now. We do not have big investment projects. While there is money, I want to clarify that there are funds that remain unexploited currently, and there are no big investment projects. And you have the middle of the pipeline over there, where we are looking through this platform of industrial modernization to put together regional authorities, industry, and all the other stakeholders, from clusters organizations, research organizations, technological institutes, who might have bright ideas at the regional level, from healthcare to connected and self-driving cars to whatever other idea that of course involves the rollout of advanced technologies, and they want to really go beyond the regions. So when there is a need to bring together at least 3 different regions that share common objectives, share common interests, and they need to take the lead to shape together a cross-regional big investment projects that we can support through this platform to advance through the maturity of the project until it becomes to the stage that you have a business plan. And with this business plan, you create a so-called, in our European Commission jargon, a bankable project. So a bank that you can present then with confidence, a project that you can present with confidence in a bank and guarantee the loan and the continuation of the project. For further information, I will be happy to help. The other major action we are supporting in the European Commission is to create a network of cities and regions that wish to act as leaders in the digital transformation area. We have currently an ongoing call for tenders, inviting for regions and cities that wish to join in a network of digital transformation to raise their hands and to receive advisory services from us, from the European Commission, in order to reach more or less the level of maturity of the benchmark cities that I mentioned before. So what we envisage to do is to help about 15 regions and cities, much less advanced than the ones I presented before, to receive advisory services and really help them create their own and shape their own digital transformation strategies along the steps that we describe in the blueprint. Then we envisage putting them together with the 13 pioneering regions I mentioned before in a network where they will naturally and organically exchange best practices, discuss about common investment projects, and whatever needs they need to do in order to advance their development strategies. And apart from those regions, we will launch together with the Committee of the Regions an open call for expression of interest in the coming months for other regions and cities that want to join in with their own resources, that they have their own resources, their structural funds, but they are missing ideas and motivation and inspiration on how to make this happen, from the ideas to really big investment projects. So they can join also our network in order to discuss very concrete ideas for investments there. Those are links where you can find further information for all these projects I mentioned, and I would be happy to respond to any questions. But I would close with an invitation. I believe we have much strength in Europe, and we are suffering currently from making the leapfrog from ideas to considerable investment projects. So I would really invite you to move smarter, to move faster, to move forward. We need that in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question to you, Dana. Does it make sense? I mean, different cities are at different stages of development. Yes. Some are in economic crisis, have other big pressing priorities. Does it make sense at this moment in time? Should every city be prioritizing digital transformation? And should they all be running at it at the same speed?
That's a very good question, Courtney. Thank you very much. Well, it does make sense for every city to embrace advanced technologies. Not every city will start from the same digital maturity. They are all starting from different baselines, and they will have different ways of doing that. And not all will arrive at the same level of maturity either. But we believe, and from what we have seen, that digital and advanced technologies are the future. So you cannot renounce to the future. You have to embrace that, and you have to harness it to work at the benefit of your own needs. So indeed, all the cities I mentioned before, but also all the other cities that will be helped through our programs, will all have different starting points, and we will develop what it's envisaged is to develop a first self-assessment tool to assess the level of the starting point of each one of the regions and then adapt the strategy according to where they are starting from. So each one will follow their own way, but you cannot but embrace the future. You cannot really return your back to that.
Thank you. So we've heard what's going on at the European level. Now we'll look at Spain at national level. And Red.es is the organization, it's part of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Commerce that's carrying out the national plan for smart cities in Spain. So we're going to hear from Daniel Noguera, the General Director of Red.es, who's going to tell us a little bit about that plan and its implications.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Well, first of all, I must apologize on behalf of Mr. Daniel
Sorry,
Noguera,
I thought you didn't look like your photo.
So, regrettably, he had to attend the meeting with the recently appointed Secretary of State in the morning. He couldn't make here on time. So I tried to do my best in his behalf, and apologies again. And secondly, I like to congratulate the organization of the firm and to thank the organization for inviting us to take part in this interesting panel, in which we are going to talk about the smart cities in Spain. The topic of the panel is digital transformation in cities. And talking of digital transformations, from our point of view, is talking of smart cities. And the tool that we have to foster the development of smart cities in Spain is the Smart Cities National Plan, which goal is to make out the most of the smart city concept, to maximize its impact in terms of economy development, of improvement in quality of life of citizens, of modernization. This is the goal of the plan. And the smart city concept is really wide. So what definition of smart city are we using? We're using this definition provided by the Spanish standardization body, I know, according to which smart city is a holistic view, the use of ICT in any area of the city, a multidisciplinary way of improving conditions of the city. This definition is very useful because it's really wide, but at the same time, being so wide, it's hard to be more specific. So, for more specific purposes, a smart city is one that, according to the European Commission, is smart at least in one of those 6 areas: economy, people, mobility, environment, governance, or living. To make things even easier, in the scope of the National Plan for Smart Cities, the National Observatory on Telecommunications and Information Society has developed a set of guidelines that help cities and city leaders in their way to transform their city into a smart city. So these 6 main areas are split into 29 fields. There is a deep analysis of public services provided with cities and a definition of indicators, so that we have a top-down approach from a really wide and generic definition to more specific areas, fields, services in the city. So now we know what smart city is. We can even measure if our city is smart and the level of smartness that we have. So what are the pillars of the Smart Cities Plan? Let's go briefly through them. First of all, a government framework. What does it mean? It means that the Smart Cities Plan is not an isolated effort. It's coordinated with other plans, other initiatives that are carried out by different departments within government to enhance ICT, R&D and innovation, telecom networks deployment, all set of measures that most of them part of the digital agenda for Spain that have an impact on cities as well. Second pillar, very important, is the governance model, because central governments are not the ones to transform cities into smart cities. That task is to be led by the cities and the city leaders. So what can central governments do to help, to assist in that process? And the way the plan is deployed, the governance of the plan, is very important so that it's successful in the end. So what we have to do, and it has been mentioned before, collaboration is a basic principle. So all stakeholders have to be taken into account. The academia, the private sector, other organizations such as the standardization bodies, and most of all, the cities themselves, the municipalities. In Spain, there is an important actor, that is the Spanish network of smart cities. Nowadays, up to 79 cities take part of this network. But the views and advice of all these agents through an advisory council, that is the governing body of the Smart Cities Plan, all the views are taken into account and actions and measures are defined in order to help them effectively to transform the cities into smart cities. The standardization, the second pillar I mentioned before, very important. If we want to take advantage of the economic possibilities of the digital transformation of cities, the standardization is key because we can aggregate demand and create economies of scale. We can reuse solutions from city to city. It allows interoperability of solutions and platforms. It prevents lock-in to specific technologies or vendors, thus improving sustainability of investment in technology. The Standardization Committee 178 within INOR is working with more than 700 experts, private and public, in all those areas, with a number of subcommittees working on infrastructures, indicators, government, mobility, energy, tourism, trying to produce standards. Up to date, 20 standards have been approved, and there are many more in process. Okay? And they're trying to internationalize those standards so that the standardization process becomes international, and international bodies such as the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, part of the United Nations, adopts these standards to make it a worldwide standardization process, and those benefits, economies of scale, reuse, and so on, are applicable worldwide. Another pillar is funding, has been mentioned before. Through different calls for smart cities, those funds, partially funded by the European Regional Development Funds, have been granted to a number of cities to carry out smart cities projects. We have 3 different calls, 2 for cities and 1 for islands. In the first call, 11 initiatives have been awarded, comprising 24 cities, because the Association of Cities is encouraged. And there's a variety of projects for mobility and traffic, projects for citizen participation, projects for tourism, projects to save energy, because all those projects are in accordance with a wide definition of a smart city I presented in the beginning. Okay? This is the list of cities and projects and budgets that have been awarded in this first call. The second call, which was awarded only last September, we had a great success here. We had more than 100 proposals submitted, and unfortunately we didn't have resources to select more than 14 for 63 million euros. And here you have the list, and here you have really big projects in big cities. You can see a project like Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, Murcia, Santander, Gijón. And again, there is a broad variety of projects here, from energy saving, traffic management, to open government participation and transparency in the project presented by the 4 cities mentioned there, Coruña, Madrid, Santiago, and Zaragoza. Okay. islands, we have also a call for islands because there's a specific case in which the boundaries of the municipality go beyond the municipality itself, and the public administration, the local administration, is in charge of the whole territory of the island. We have chosen 3 islands, Fuerteventura, Hierro, and Mallorca, 1 in the Balearic Islands and 2 in the Canary Islands. In short, what I've tried to present to you is that smart cities, or the digital transformation of cities, are a great opportunity to provide better public services to more citizens, reducing costs, and so having more equity, more quality of life, and this is an important tool to enhance the industrial sector and to foster economy. And to achieve all these goals, what we have on the table is a plan that tries to help cities that are the ones in charge of digital transformation, but to help them through a standardization that gives them all this reuse and capabilities, all these economies of scale, reduction of costs, through a governance model that gives them the opportunity to express their needs, as well as to the industry and to the academia, calls to provide funding to local administrations to help them to undertake this transformation, and taking into account the industry, both leading industries, already existing big companies, and also emerging companies, because the smart city market is a marvelous opportunity for new startups or new companies to appear. So this is what, through the Ministry of Energy, Tourism and Digital Agenda, we are doing in order to assist our cities in the transformation process. And thank you very much.
Thank you. A question before we move on. How can private sector companies, for example, technology companies, get involved in these projects and play a role? Is there a formal system in which they can find opportunities to work in these projects?
Yes, definitely. Actually, there are 2 mechanisms. In the first place, they can take part in this governance model, taking part in the advisory council through the companies' associations, or they themselves, and provide assistance, providing advice, and trying to give us information in order to better define these calls and the other actions. And then, after that, all these projects will be through a public procurement procedure. During 2017, next year, we will be issuing tenders for all those projects, and then they can bid for them. So they have 2 main opportunities. First, in the beginning of the process, to help us to define all these actions, and then to take part in the public procurement procedures.
So they should be looking out for these tenders next year. Great, thank you. And next we'll hear from Martinez, who's the president of IBM for Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Israel. IBM is working on the big Bilbao project, which is a big data initiative here. She'll tell us a little bit about that, but first try to put it into the broader context of digital disruption and all the implications of that. Marta.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I want to thank you to the Bilbao Council and the organizer of this forum for inviting me to participate. It's a pleasure to join here to this conference around the key role that the really cities are playing in this world. It's a fundamental engine for the economy, for the society at the end that we are living. And as you know, this century is calling that the century of cities. And in my presentation, I would like to explain or to focus in 3 areas, in which, the first is what is, the real impact of these, the cities in terms of the economy, what is the real impact they are playing. Then secondly, the capabilities that they need, these type of cities to really face, the challenge and the direction we are living. And finally, I would like to describe what is the real, the project we are living with the Bilbao Council, around this smart city, the big data platform, what they are doing. Then the first point about what is the impact in the economy. I would like to start with a question about what is the really, we ask ourselves, what is the compelling reason we have to live in whatever the city we decide, no? What is the motivation that we are, moving to relocate, stay, or whatever, what is the motivation for the funds to invest in whatever the city? And we have to answer that the world has changed and it's not the same motivation than before. I think the traditional approach in the economy in which we have to extend our supply chain around whatever the solution or the services in the city is not going to be the same. We can expand, for example, the transportation, building more infrastructure. This is not the way, because it's not for the sustainability and even for the services for our citizens. Then we have, in this way is where I think clearly the digital world is playing a key role, in this span and this, to influence in the economy growth. And then, in fact, we know with this, if we continue with the same approach, with the span this type, or the traditional approach, we are going to really have, big challenges and big problems, no? And how the digital world can help us, or can help the city to really approach in a different way, no? We can imagine, for example, in terms of the, more infrastructure and with the digital world, we can influence in the traffic or in the, in the congestion of the city. Perhaps it's better to go in that way more than build more infrastructure for the transport. No? We have to try to optimize, the transport that we have today and how we can optimize the traffic in our city. Or, for example, in terms of the, the pupils in the education, okay, we can use the digital world to provide, to predict the risk that the pupils, drop out the schools. And we have now the tools, we do these digital tools to try to prevent this risk with the pupils. Or, for example, if we can, prevent about the, shortage in water because the leaks of the, water system. This is typical things that we can do that before we couldn't afford. This is the importance of the digital transformation that we are living in the cities. No? And then, at the end, what is the really, at the end, power of this digital world? This is the clear power is the data. The data is the same power that the steam power in the 18th with the Industrial Revolution. Now, the data is the power of this century, the 21st century, and we think it's really the data is the power of this century. No? And with the data, I think we have to, in this digital world, we have mentioned before, is really a big disruption and big challenge. No? And now I would like to talk about this second point, about the challenge that it's true that we have a really big opportunities and, to grow the economy and to serve to the citizens, but, in parallel, we have a big challenge to face this transformation. And then the challenge we have is, if we talk about the, to try to, in our point of view, I would like, we suggest to this organization, the government, or the, at the end, the city councils to focus to improve some important capabilities to face this disruption and challenge. The first one is the engagement, engage with the citizens, because at the end of the day, okay, there are 61% of the survey we have done in terms of the cities around the world that they are telling us that they don't feel comfortable, serving the citizens, more in terms of the clearly personalized services and the needs that we are living as a citizen. No? This is the first point we are thinking is very important, the engagement with these citizens. Second one is, the discover. We have to, to understand exactly what is the real information we need, what is the capability we have. We have talked about the importance of the innovation in our organization, but at the end, of the day, we are seeing in the survey we have accomplished about the lack of skills that this city have to face this transformation, and then we need this type of skills to really discover in terms of the information they need to do the transformation. Then, and the third one is to take the decision on how is the information they have to decide, because at the end of the day, there is 67% in terms of the people we have surveyed about they having the right information to take decision. And then for this is where really the tools and the digital work is very important in terms of the, to get this information and to take the right decision. It's true that we have to improve a lot in terms of the analytics, tools, in terms of the, the capabilities we have today to help, us to take the decision. But, we have to improve a lot in the cities to take the, to have this information, the right time and the right data. And then, last, I would like to mention, it's very important, how, the Bilbao Council, is facing, this big Bilbao project that I think is really a very important one. I think it's very, at the end, reference in what they are doing. They are embracing, the innovation. They are, doing in two axes. The first one is to optimize, whatever is all the data information in the administration to help between the departments in the council. And the second one is to improve, the service, to the citizens. No? Then they can get, efficiency for one side, and they can improve the services in the other side. They are doing the big data platform to really collect all the information, internal information, and the citizen information, and they are going to build different solutions in this platform that they are going to integrate between them. Now we are helping them to build this platform, and we are putting the first case around the economic growth and city safety. I'm going to give you some examples. We are building in terms of the proof of concept. The first one is the commercial location analytics, in which they are, the platform is taking, the different activity for the different area in the city. And this is obviously help to, for the investor, for the retailers to invest decision to take, depend of the, the activity in the different part of the city. Then the second proof of concept we are doing is the sentimental analytics. This is very important for the city, for the citizen and for the tourist. In terms, what is the feeling that the tourists, they are living when they are, at the end traveling in the city. And this is very important for the policies, very important for even to improve some of the services in the city. The third one is the city in motion, in which we, is measure the flow of the city for the different, citizens and tourists, and they can, for the security and even for, launch a specific marketing campaign in the digital real time, and they can, try to go directly to the set of population in one area. And the last one is the crime analytics in terms of the security. This is a very important one in which they can, at the end, provide and, and even predict some potential crime in specific areas. They know the history, they have, the weather, they have, a lot of information around the past, and they can predict what is the real areas they have to put more focus in terms to avoid the criminal DN actions. This is 4 examples that they are doing today, and obviously there are much more, and then in that area, and this is only economics and safety, but they are going to develop, the rest of the services for the citizens. Net, I think Bilbao is a great example in terms of the innovation, and they have the site, to change, the city with the digital at the end transformation, and really to improve the economy, to improve the society at the end, and really at the end, the services of the citizen. I think it's really big example. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Marta, you're obviously working on the private sector side, but you need the strategic vision of the city leadership, presumably, to help make a digital transformation successful. How important is having a cohesive vision from the city and a strong leadership, because political leaders can change, so how can the process stay on track?
Yes, I think, in terms of the next level, in terms of to take advantage of this digital world about the data, as you have mentioned, the cognitive part is very important in the next level, because today we are analyzed, 0.5% of the data that we have today, and then the cognitive tools in terms of how we can, at the end, analyze the real natural language in where we have the data. This is very important in terms of the next level in this digital transformation, and even to keep the knowledge, for the cities, no? And the second point you are mentioning is the leadership capability. It's very important in all the big transformation in the companies or in the governments. Leadership capabilities, they are very, very important. And I think they are concerned, about what is, need. And I think Bilbao is an example of leadership to move, in that direction. And they have to really, to define the roadmap in a, short-term, at the end, outcome, and the medium and long term, because it's the only way that they can, continue in the next, government.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you pass the
Yes.
clicker? And next we'll be hearing from Sarah Quinlan, who's joined us over here from the US. She's Senior Vice President of Market Insights at MasterCard. She's an economist and has quite an interesting insight at the very ground level. She can see spending transactions all around the world at even the local level, which gives quite an interesting view on what's really happening in the macro and micro economies. So I think she's going to tell us a little bit about big data and how that contributes to a successful tourism and spending economy, and maybe some of the things you're seeing. I know you can't reveal some of your wizardry, but tell us what you're seing.
All right, does this work? Good. Yep. I actually brought data, so I have a totally different presentation from everybody today, okay? So you all can pay attention. No, I actually brought you data because I thought you'd like to see what's going on in the world. And at MasterCard, we are a technology company. We started years ago by the banks, and everyone thought of us as a credit card company, but we don't actually issue a single card in the world, right? We're actually a technology company, and we're the ones who actually invented the ATM machine, and we continue to evolve. So we invented Selfie Pay, so now you can use your phone to authorize a transaction. So anyway, all that is all good. So let's figure out what's going on in the world, right? So my lawyers, you all have them. We see 160 million transactions an hour, but we do something very unique. My team, I have 2,000 data scientists behind me, so I have a great team. And we add 1.5 million rules and algorithms and additional data, and I bring it up to total retail spend, including cash and check. And I do this between 7 and 45 days ahead of every government in the world. And so they actually restate their numbers to me. And I never restate my numbers. And I correlate 100%. So there you go. That's what it means to use big data. So when I go and advise central banks around the world or governments, I'm trying to help them really understand what's going on from the smallest to the largest, so you really can plan. Because what does it tell us? It tells us where people are living. Now, I have no idea who any of you are. You are an anonymous 16-digit number to me. And we never know you, all right? But I know exactly what you do every single day. Because you don't have a midlife crisis. You spend in a certain way, right? Sarah Quinlan does, right? So we're going to go through that. So looking at Spain. So we know that Spain's, we've seen it come back, right? And that's really important, right? But the point of what's very important about this is how do you keep growing if you've reached a certain level, right? And the rest of the world is sort of on what we call stall speed, all right? Because basically there's two really strong economies in the world. One is mine, the United States, and the other, frankly, that's growing is India, which we heard about earlier today. But everything else in the world that I'm looking at, 8 years post-recession is actually very concerning to me. It's very much on stall speed. So the way to drive this is to drive it through tourism. Because what happens is that we watch is as people move around the world, they actually decide where they want to put their business. Because businesses are started by small businesses, not big businesses like mine or whatever. I'm in 210 countries worldwide, right? But we started as a very small business. But it's the travel that we go different places that allows people to make that investment. And that is why tourism spending is so important. The second reason it's important is the consumer is actually ahead of business in the entire world right now. The consumer actually has more confidence than businesses do to invest, and I'm seeing that. How do I know? Because her growth rates, and by the way, 75% of transactions are made by women, and gentlemen, we influence the other 25%. All right? So reality is that she is going around the world and figuring out where she's going to make her next move, and that's why you got to follow her. All right. We know that the growth of industry and real estate, but the key thing I want you to see is look at where retail is in this. That's where the most important thing, because retail drives the velocity of money, and that's how the economy can continue to accelerate. But how do I know what to do? Well, what I want you to understand is the data that I break down from the macro level of understanding where it works down to the micro is where should businesses be located? Where do you have the best opportunity to grow? One of the most important things that has happened post the recession in this world is not that people are moving to cities. That's actually an incorrect statement. The statement is that we have two people in a family working now. They're not just relying on one person to be the breadwinner, and thus they are choosing to live closer to where they work. So the work center might be where MasterCard's headquarters are, which is actually 45 minutes outside of New York City. But we've watched our employees migrate from New York City out there because they don't want an hour-and-a-half commute each day. So time is the most valuable commodity, and that's why SMART is very important and why we need to evolve there. All right, I'm going through this real quickly. This is what you need to look at. Look at what happened post the referendum. UK spending in Spain has been huge. It's been a big driver of the economy here. But look at what happens when you vote and you vote the other way. Spending immediately changes. So while we've been hearing rosy headlines coming out of the UK that everything's fine and nobody's changing their behavior post the referendum and GDP is up, in fact, that is not true. The only spending I'm seeing in the UK right now is, in fact, me, the American, the French, the Russian, who's going there and taking advantage of that amazing drop in the pound. Thank you very much. Because actually, people are exceptionally good currency traders and understand that very immediately, the impact, right? So we can see the change. But the mistake here for the Spanish economy is that you've not courted me. All right, because as I told you that the U.S. economy is the strongest in the world, and international transactions I can see by Americans traveling are up 9.2% this year, and yet you see the spending falling off from the Americans. That gives you an opportunity. That's what data tells you. Okay, great. Now, how do I go after the Americans? Well, we've actually created digital advertising that sits on the regular advertising exchanges that actually has between a 400% and 600% higher return on investment because we know the person has a more likely chance to travel. That's how you use smart data, right? So because I'm keeping with our time constraint, right? All right, so look at this. I'm just trying to show you the change in spending that you can watch as the change between the pound and the euro, to give you another example of that we see. So what else? What do you do about this? Well, here's another digital transformation. You create a prepaid digital card in the currency, so Americans don't have to ever come over here and change currency, right? It gets rid of cash. Our whole motto at MasterCard is a world beyond cash. Cash costs almost 3% of global GDP. Between the time it takes to take it out of the bank, to deposit it back in the bank, slippage, that's called stealing, and everything else, it actually hurts global GDP. So thinking about prepaid consumer cards that people can use is extremely important. It's another way digital transformation can help people feel very comfortable. And again, safety and security is what we are looking for. That's the value of digital, all right, is it really creates that, all right? All right. Look at this. Now, why did I go to restaurants? Not just because Americans eat more than anything, but we do, all right? But it's because both Americans and Brits, when we go around the world, we lead with our stomachs. We actually think about culinary dining first, all right? So the key thing to think about, what does it tell you? It tells you when you're reaching out with the advertising to reach out to them is you reach out with the restaurant offer, the culinary offer of Bilbao, of why I should come here. While we know the Guggenheim's here, right? That's not going to be the drive that brings people to Spain. What's going to be is the difference of the cuisine for an American. However, if you're Chinese and you're coming here, it's actually the department stores, Corte Inglés, that would actually be the driver. In other words, and I can take every single country in the world and discern the difference of what the offer will be based upon their spending and how they do this. And it's very different, and it really is culturally different. And that's why you have to think about it. So U.S. tourism spending in Spain here. I told you, we lead with our stomachs. Look at the restaurant spend versus all spend, which is the green, right? So again, this is, I'm not joking. So this is the lead offer of how you really think about this in terms of spending, right? So again, it's how do we actually use this to drive? It's smart data, but it's using current data. By the way, I do this every day, every single day. I see these things every single hour, so I can actually understand. So we've got a huge holiday coming up in the US. How will we use that data? Well, we'll be able to immediately understand the impact. Did anybody get nervous post the election, right? Because why? 70% of GDP in the United States is retail spending. That's the driver of the engine of the economy. So if the consumer is not spending, that will be a foreboding thing going forward. However, my prediction, it will be up 3.8%. So the good news, why? Because nothing's happened yet. Right? And so from this perspective, everybody is working in the United States right now. We have full employment. Wages have gone up, so people will go ahead and spend for the holidays. Look at this. Spending on the art museums. Again, our friends up in the Nordics, not the driver for them. You've got to think about other drivers. Look at for the Chinese, definitely not the driver, right? And understand, there's very important, but thinking about it at the macro level, it's even more important. But then we develop loyalty solutions, right? Why do you do that? Because again, here's another digital tool. I'm just trying to show you. So we start with the data, right? But we lead to tools that you can immediately employ. And that's the whole point of how you think about being smart. Again, what are the tools to generate loyalty so people come back again, and then they finally invest and FDI comes in, all right? Because one of the biggest problems here in Spain is everyone comes in August, right? And that's a real concern. But look at Americans. We actually prefer to come in June. And so the key thing to understand is knowing when people are coming, reaching out seasonality, and smoothing this out, right? Because if you're thinking about as a city and as a country, you're trying to keep lower use of your infrastructure and balance it out so it's more constant use to raise the economic use of it, right? So that's what I brought you for data. The final thing I will just say in terms of what we're actually seeing and how you think about it. Right now, it is concerning. I'm seeing a huge slowing in China, all right? By the way, their spend into Europe has dropped 47% this year, all right? So you can get an indication of understanding that. But their spending is slowing around the entire world. South America is in deep recession with high inflation, so they're not spending. We still see the Middle East at half the levels for before because of the price of oil down. And Japan has not been able to get its consumer spending going. My friends down in Australia, God love all 17 million of them, are still spending regardless of the fact their economy is slowing. But everywhere else, it is a concern, right? And so they're going into 2017, it is even more important that you take the data that's at hand. And by the way, there is nothing more important than looking at spending data, not because I work at MasterCard. I've only done that the last couple of years. I was a hedge fund manager on Wall Street for 30 years, and I use this data the whole time. Why? Because it's absolutely the most predictable data in terms of actual behavior. And we can take it down to why this block works versus that block. That's what I got to say.
Very interesting. I'd like to ask you about millennials. So everybody in the older generations, which includes pretty much most of us here, try to figure out what it is that the millennials want. How do you appeal to the millennial consumer? So from what you can see in the data, in what different ways do they tick as consumers, and how can they best be convinced to spend?
Well, I have a millennial. I call her my cost center. Look, millennials actually, the most interesting thing about their data is they actually do not spend any differently than I do as a baby boomer. They just can't spend as much because they don't have as much income. But they do not shop any more online than I do. Now, they do more searching online than I do, but they actually don't spend any more online than I actually do. What they do is very much focus right now on experiences. There's no doubt about that. So if they have disposable income, they tend to buy more travel than anything else. But what it is really interesting is I'm watching right now, they are buying furniture because they finally have moved out, thank heavens, right? So they actually have their own homes. But it is an interesting thing because there's this misperception that that's all they do. But I will tell you the big thing that changed, frankly, post the recession worldwide is we actually are buying less stuff in every single country in the world, meaning less actual goods. We are all about experiences because we broke the social contract, right? You know, we had companies go completely bankrupt, pensions funds were gone, all those types of things. So people are like, well, I'm going to live for today. And we see this whether somebody is, you know, retired, whether someone's a baby boomer, or whether someone's a millennial. And so I think that's the biggest thing. But the key thing that I think is extremely important is there's no doubt that 85% of the people around the world use a mobile device, all right, to actually shop. But whether they buy there is a different issue. But the millennials are doing just exactly what we do. They just, you know, seem to do it a little bit with flair, I guess.
Thank you very much. So, like pretty much every business and economic conference, we're talking a lot about startups. So what do startups need? What do startups want? How can we attract them? So we might as well hear from an actual startup. Now, this is a startup company that lived the startup dream, which is getting bought by Google. Carlos Gomez is president of Waze, which is a GPS mapping techie thing. I don't want to get any more specific than that. I'll let you explain it. So Carlos is going to tell us a little bit about the experience of Waze, how you developed and grew, and technology for smart cities, which is what you're involved in. How can a technology like yours be deployed for the smart city cause? And then I guess maybe you can tell us a little bit about what a company like yours needs in order to succeed.
Sure. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone had enough coffee. We had 2 more presentations. We'll go fast. Rest with us. So, thanks first to the Bilbao organization. This is a wonderful, wonderful forum and great panelists. So we'll try to keep it up. As Courtney said, I'm the head of Waze here in Europe. And before getting into the presentation, very briefly, the whole concept we keep seeing is there's a huge disruption coming in transportation at a global level, and cities, you are at the right center of it. And we want to show you how we think of the city as a laboratory and what tools we have to allow you to do a better job with, with organizing the huge disruption that is coming. So Waze, well, before getting into that very quickly, we were talking about smart cities. I got to be honest, many cities, when you see things like this, don't seem smart to me, seem very slow, stupid. So let's make a big effort to get better at this. This is San Francisco, the hub of innovation, blah, blah, blah. This is how it looks like every single day. 2 hours commute, crazy. So anyway, what is Waze? So Waze is something as simple as a mobile application that got started in 2007 in Israel, in Tel Aviv. Our founder thought, how could we develop a GPS in the era of mobile phones where everyone is connected, everyone is geolocalized? How can we make this? And how can we make this so cheap that everyone contributes to this platform, right? Instead of buying data or buying maps, we will just get at the Wikipedia model of crowdsourcing, get everyone to contribute data in real time. So that's what we did in the last 8 years. And right now we have over 65 million active drivers on Waze every single day. And what we do is simply allow them to tell us what's happening on the roads in real time. We aggregate all that data. We apply our intelligence, our algorithms, all that boring stuff, and we give it to you. So whenever you open up Waze, you know that you're going to have this fastest most optimal route, and you will save time on traffic, which everybody hates. I hope you agree with that. So we are in 185 countries, all languages, blah, blah, blah. Most important thing, we create a huge community of 65 million drivers, but also more than 400,000 volunteers that are helping us make this a reality in every part of the world. So it's very great economics for us because most of the work is done by volunteers, and that allows us to actually have a very mission-driven model. How we work, as I said, is crowdsourcing. Once we gather all this data, we are in this process of sharing that with the rest of the world, making our community bigger. So our community initially was us as a platform, and drivers as the community members and volunteers. In the last few years, and that's what I'm going to explain, we opened that up to cities, to broadcasters, to other transportation companies, so we can make this community bigger. And one thing we truly believe is that data, it's obviously very important, but should be something to share freely so we can innovate, we can experiment, and that's what we do with cities. So before getting into the cities, we do this with broadcasters. We share all our data partnerships are free, 100% free. We don't want to charge for data. Luckily, we got bought by Google, so that helps not having to monetize every single action. But with broadcasters are a huge player in the traffic or mobility space. They talk to you every single day about how traffic is in every single city. We give them our tools so they can do a better job of recommending what is the best route. We have almost 200 broadcasters in the world. The second thing we're doing, and this is something we started this year, is partnering with the biggest mobility or transportation companies out there. We started just a few months ago with companies like Cabify, 99 Taxis, Lyft, or JazzPark that most of you know. And these 6 partners only mean more than 100,000 almost professional drivers that are on the roads every single day that need our data to do a better job at saving time for consumers, so saving money on gas, so just making the economy better for these companies by sharing data with them. And obviously, the more drivers we have, the more data we generate, and the better our tools are for everyone. But going specifically to the cities, what are we doing with, and sorry I'm going super fast, I just want to allow you to go soon. So what we're doing with cities is something very practical, very specific. It is giving you a tool, giving you a program so you can use our data, again, for free and see if you can use that to experiment, to innovate. We started this 2 years ago, so only 2 years ago. It was almost coincidental that the city of Rio de Janeiro came to us. If you've ever been in Rio, I'm sure you use Waze because it's crazy traffic in there. They came to us asking, like, you have a ton of data, how can you help us make our traffic better? We started collaborating with them, and 2 years later, now we have over 105 partners, traffic or transportation partners in the world. Cities as London, Los Angeles, Boston, Rome. Here in Spain, we have Barcelona, the government of Catalunya, also the Dirección General de Tráfico. So we have seen an amazing adoption of this program. First, because it's free, but also because it's very, very impactful. And most importantly, we expanded our community, and this is a community we would love to have all of you included. Hopefully, Bilbao is going to be our new member very soon. This is a community of traffic pioneers. This is the people in the cities that are thinking about how to make traffic less of a problem, how to improve mobility, are joining our program and sharing all the best practices that they are finding. So what is this Waze Connected Citizen program? Basically, it's a free data exchange bidirectional, right? So we as Waze, we share anonymous, obviously very important, anonymous real-time data generated by our community on speed, on traffic jams, and on incidents. So we will tell you how fast are the streets moving, what incidents are happening, and what areas of the city are getting more cars than the others, right? In exchange, we do it bidirectionally. We also allow the municipal partners, so you, to share with us that data that you know in advance, like construction, like major traffic events, a marathon, whatever is happening, you share with us, and instantly you are communicating with millions of drivers in your city, and they will know instantly what's happening. So this is really useful for the cities, not just for having more data, but because this data is allowing our partners to start innovating, to start experimenting. And this is the concept of the city as a laboratory that we truly believe. So I'm going to explain now a few very easy examples of what our cities are doing. So first, major area is integrating the waste data in the traffic management centers. Most of the cities have one, so it's just adding more data so you have better understanding of what's happening. The second is using waste as a communication channel. So as I said, you can instantly communicate in real time with citizens, but also, even more importantly, citizens will be communicating with you. You will know what they know in aggregate. We'll do all the hard work of the big data algorithms. We'll do that, and we'll just give it to you in a very easy way. And finally, analyzing the waste data to, for planning infrastructures, planning events, to just organize the city better. So one, I'm going to share 3 examples. This is a very amazing one. We did this last year with the city of Boston. They knew one concrete area was having a lot of issues with congestion, and they wanted to try different ways to reduce that congestion. So by having our partnership with them, they started analyzing traffic data every single day. They started identifying what specific parts of that area were having the biggest congestion, and they found out it was areas around traffic lights. And they thought, maybe we can try new ways of adjusting the speed of the traffic lights and see what happens, right? So what we allow them is to experiment and measure the impact on a series of months, and just in 2 months, they reduced the congestion by 18% on average in this area of the city, and that, as you can imagine, allow not just a lot of more money in terms of economic impact, but a lot of happy citizens. So that was one quick example. Another very recent is Rio de Janeiro. As I said before, that was our first partner at a global level. So we have very close relationship. So well before the Olympic Games, they talked to us to start building, planning the infrastructure for the Olympic Games. So with that time, we evaluated all the different congestion areas in Rio de Janeiro, and they decided to, based on this data, build 3 highways that were in strategic locations to reduce congestion. Well, now, it was just a few months ago, they evaluated the impact of these 3 highways based on the data on the strategic locations, allowed them to reduce 27% of traffic in the worst time of traffic in Rio de Janeiro. So this was a massive, massive economic impact for them. And finally, another one that I think it's even more relevant, right? So we're working with cities, but as I said, we also work with transportation partners. And Genesis Pools, it's an emergency dispatcher company. So they manage ambulance, police, fire departments. They dispatch when there's an emergency. So by starting to collaborate with them, they found out that 70%, this is, I'm going to repeat it, 70% of the crashes were reported on Waze even before people called 911. 112 here in Spain, right? So up to 70% of the crashes we knew before, and by applying our data, they managed to reduce the average time to respond to an accident, an average of 4 minutes. And as you can imagine, that saves thousands of potential lives every single year, but just getting there faster. So this is not just an economic impact, not just a social impact, but also a life or health impact for the cities, right? So I'm just gonna finish here, but the idea here that I wanted to pass to you is we are at the brink of a massive, massive, massive transport revolution. We are gonna see in the next 10, 20 years, self-autonomous cars, 100% electric cars, infrastructures are gonna change. So we're gonna see, believe it or not, cities with no traffic jams, cities with no pollution. I'm sure Madrid would love to see that. Cities with no accidents, or cities where people are just not gonna feel the city is smarter, but it's happier, right? It's a happier city where there's gonna be more opportunity for saving costs, for reducing contamination, for allowing new investment and development. So that's why we want to expand this concept of city as a lab, right? So again, you are about to experience massive disruption. In our view, what you can do about that is use the scientific method, right? So first is observe what's happening, and that's what we do. We give you the data for free, so you can start observing in a more advanced way what's happening. As Sarah said, observing the data is the key here. Second, once you observe the data, you can experiment. Once you experiment, you want to measure the impact. We allow you to do that again by measuring exactly what is the impact on reduction of congestion, traffic jams, etc. And finally, you will implement those successful strategies. But in the end, we think you need to start switch into this mindset of city as a laboratory. You are all scientists, and hopefully we will find ways to reduce congestion, pollution, and accidents in the city. So we're very happy to count you all cities or transportation partners as part of our program. We are just growing every single month, so if you are interested, just talk to me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Carlos, you mentioned about this crazy new future, post-traffic jam future, and I know it's a little bit hard to predict where technology exactly is taking us next, but what do you anticipate is the next wave of smart city technology and in particular transport technology?
Yeah, this is a topic that it's amazing because there's so many things happening in the next 5 to 7 years, not just 20, but 5 to 7. I would say 2 are the core to us. One is parking. Parking is going to disappear. Like in 7, 10 years, you're going to have a huge percentage of self-driving cars. Those cars won't need to park or won't need to park in the city, right? So those cars will drop people in the city center, wherever they go, and will go somewhere else to be parked. Or maybe they won't ever park because they will be moving constantly, right? So we are doing a project now with the city of Los Angeles. 14% of the real estate in Los Angeles is parking. So imagine how exciting it is if you could invest that 14% of parking.
Expensive real estate.
Yes, exactly. And the second is, how people are going to move. We are actually about to launch a new project that is called Waze Carpool. That is basically what you know as carpooling, what BlaBlaCar does. Like, instead of just creating another private player that will have more professional drivers and more cars in the street to transport people, is just reducing the number of cars by putting people are going from A to B in the same place to the same place, back from home to work and work to home, put them in the same car and allow them to share the cost. So we don't want to make a profit, we just want to reduce the number of cars on the roads. Out of the 105 partners, we presented this strategy to a few weeks ago. 100% of them said, we want this in our cities because it's just a matter of eliminating cars. We truly believe the solution is about taking cars away. We saw Luis this morning saying how just taking 1 million cars out of Madrid will reduce pollution and many other things. So we know this is a core issue in every major city. And these kind of platforms are just going to eliminate a big percentage of cars. Just so you get eliminating 5% of the cars in rush hours will eliminate 70% of the traffic issues in a major city in peak hours. So it's just a small impact that will allow cities to have no traffic jams. So we know we're very close to solve that. So hopefully we'll work together.
Very exciting. Thank you.
Thanks.
I actually have not driven a car in 15 years. I didn't know I was so post-future. I didn't know I was so ahead of the times. I thought I was just a bad driver. Who knew? And one piece of the puzzle we haven't really looked at yet on this panel is energy. And we heard a presentation earlier about climate change, and energy factors in, of course, to all of this because all of this needs to happen in an efficient manner in terms of energy efficiency, but also just straight up efficiency, and also we have to be aware of the environmental impact, which has social implications. So to try to give us a little bit of guidance on that, we have Ivan Martin. He's global leader of the energy practice at the Boston Consulting Group. So he's going to tell us a little bit about smart energy and how that interacts with the other smart initiatives and how this can best be utilized for everyone's benefit.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'm going to speak standing up. And don't worry, I only have 7 slides, and I don't know anything about you. I don't know where you shop, I don't know where you travel. Good. So let me start, with the 2 defining characteristics of the 21st century. I mean, the first one was already mentioned by the president of IBM, is the 21st century is the century of the cities. Global urbanization is going to define the characteristic of this century. And as you probably was mentioned this morning, more than 50% of the world population is living in cities. And that percentage is going to increase up to 70% by 2050. China and India are going to add 500 million inhabitants, urban inhabitants, over the next 20 years. So cities is going to be a major thing. The second defining characteristic of the 21st century is energy, natural resources, and climate change. This is going to affect the way we live in the cities and the way we can survive as a human society. Cities are a key vector in energy consumption, and 70%, and that figure was mentioned also this morning, 70% of the global emissions are produced in cities. So these are very relevant figures to take into account. So when we're talking about energy in smart cities, I mean, smart cities is a topic that covers many areas. It goes from smart energy, smart buildings, smart water and waste, smart social, smart transport. It covers many areas. But one that is very important is the energy topic, together with very much related with smart buildings and smart transportation. And there are many initiatives that are related with smart energy. There are initiatives that are looking at improving the energy efficiency of residential and commercial buildings. There are initiatives that help integrated distributed energy sources. Others are trying to support the integration of demand management services. And finally, others are trying to create a network of intelligent energy devices that provide a detailed view of the or the patterns of energy consumption. The same way we saw the others are trying to understand the patterns of consumption or the patterns of traveling. And implementing smart cities initiatives is something that is receiving a lot of push by the different governments and by the European Union. I mean, we had a very good presentation where they described different initiatives, but there are plenty of them, and especially in the energy sector, we have Civitas that are looking for cleaner and better transportation in cities, City Keys that are looking at the transition to low-carbon cities, Green Digital Charter, Build Up, Energy Cities with 1,000 cities in 30 countries, or FEUS. So there are plenty of initiatives that are trying to make our cities more lively by having us using less energy and being less polluting. And there are results. I mean, the European Union Consortium Initiative has already reported an 80% reduction in CO2 emissions in more than 58 cities where they are piloting their programs. So this is something that is really relevant, and this is something that can have real impact. And one of the drivers of the impact is technology. And technology, in a sense, the new technology development is a major driver of a smart cities development. The technological progress has translated into major cost reductions that have made technologies much more affordable. And here I put some examples. I mean, solar PV cost went down 80% from 2008 to 2014. And we had previously the presentation where the representative from Bordeaux was saying we want to be a happy second, when in this case, I mean, if you enter this space, not the first one, but the second one, obviously you can benefit from all the advantages in the cost reduction of these technologies. But the same thing with battery costs, which is extremely important for green transportation. They have gone down 70% in that same period, from 2008 to 2014. And even the forecasts are more and more aggressive. Just to give you an example, in 2010, if I took all the most skeptics' provisions or predictions of the cost of batteries, I mean, the skeptical says that in 2020, 440 euros per kilowatt hours was going to be the cost. 6 years later, the same skeptics, they were predicting by 2020, 185 euros per kilowatt hours. And the optimistic are already thinking about 100 euros. So the level of progression of technology is important, is extremely important. Another example is LED lighting, which is extremely important for cities. It has gone down more than 90% from 2008 to 2016. So these are new technologies, are things that are going to make us much more affordable to live in smart cities. But more importantly than technology is individual behaviors. And individual behaviors matter a lot. And here I wanted to show one example. If we take the US cities and the US cities were able to match the German norms on energy efficiency and appliances, they would be able to eliminate the need for 40 coal-fired power plants in the US. Eliminating 40 coal-fired plants in the US is equivalent to 240 terawatt hours, and that means between 200 and 300 millions of tons of CO2. This is equivalent to all the emissions of Spain, or to all the emissions of the transport sector in Japan. So just a change in behavior with existing technologies can have a tremendous impact in anything that we can do. And that, again, that reinforces the message that, first, we need to involve citizens in everything we do related with the smart cities. And although technology is going to create a big change and is going to make available many technologies, at the end of the day, is about the uses and the conviction of our individuals, our citizens. There are many smart cities initiatives around the globe. I mean, I have mentioned here some of them. I mean, we have seen others in the previous presentations. There are also many of them that are related with energy and sustainability. Let me focus in two of them just to draw some conclusions or some common themes between all of them. The first one is Amsterdam. Amsterdam, that has already been mentioned, had three objectives. The first one is to have a city with much more environmental sustainability. Second objective was to have economic viability, provide entrepreneurs with a possibility of doing pilots that will help them to launch new businesses related with that. And third was citizen well-being, improving the well-being of the citizens of the city. With all that, they started in 2009. They launched 50 projects in different areas, but one of the key themes was reducing CO2 emissions by 40% in 2025 versus the 1990 benchmark. Another important thing, having a clear objective and measuring it. In this case, it was CO2 emissions with a clear mandate. And they launched different things. They launched an advanced smart grids within the city. They launched different initiatives on smart homes to optimize consumption with the objective of reducing energy consumption by 15%. They tried to monetize flexibility with the creation of virtual power plants that combine solar PV, load, and home battery systems. And they also implemented a smart lighting, smart public lighting in the city. With all that, I mean, Amsterdam has been a pioneer in this kind of initiatives. Another one from the other side of the Atlantic is San Diego. San Diego started with a lot of initiatives around e-mobility, the car2go that we also was mentioned in the case of Madrid, the smart homes, where they promoted a lot the installation of PV solar in the buildings, and also creating an innovation cluster to foster the economic development and the jobs in the region of San Diego. But one key characteristic of these two initiatives is collaboration. And I think it was mentioned also by the Bordeaux representative. Collaboration is important. It is important in many dimensions. Collaborations between the city council and the citizens, but also between the city council, the citizens, and the companies. In the case of Amsterdam, different companies were key in the launching of the initiative. Cisco, the electrical utility KPN, Vattenfall. In the case of San Diego, it was General Electric, Sempra, the University of California in San Diego, SDGE, who is the utility in the region. So they all try to combine their efforts to make the city a smart city in an adequate way. The other characteristic of smart cities is that these new technologies, these new concepts mean new incumbents and new products. So we are redefining totally the panorama. In the energy sector, we all were used to the traditional utilities that were fully integrated with big power plants, their transmission lines, and their distribution networks. Right now, the panorama is totally different. With the smart home concept, I mean, we are bringing into the system many other new players, companies like IBM, like Google, that are here represented, companies, technology companies like Sony, appliances companies, solar companies. I mean, a myriad of different players that combine themselves, that work in a network to provide different services. And at the same time, we are the traditional electrical utilities evolving and providing these smart home platforms. I mean, for example, British Gas launched Hive, EDF Heat Smart, Eon Touch, Scottish Power Iberdrola Connect. But there are also new players like Apple with the HomeKit or Google with Nest Pro. Totally different ways of interacting. But one thing is very important, and it was also mentioned today. Energy efficiency is becoming a key issue and a key thing for the cities. And R&D in energy efficiency has multiplied by 3 in the period between 2005 and 2013, and is a business that is growing at double digit in a situation where many countries are growing much slower. So this is the future energy efficiency if we want to meet all the challenges that were agreed in the Paris COP21 and that were ratified recently in Marrakech in COP22. So if we are moving into the smart cities direction, which are the key enablers, the key success factors for that? And first, we need to understand that implementing the smart city concept is something that has plenty of challenges. First, we need to involve diverse and in some cases stakeholders with very conflicting or different objectives. Second, implementing the smart city concept in some cases is disruptive. It affects the day-to-day, it requires new infrastructures, and those new infrastructures require in some cases public works, so it creates a disruption. In some cases, it's very difficult to scale up. I mean, pilots are fantastic, we get results, but once we try to move from a small neighborhood in the city to a full city implementation, then it's not so evident that it's easy to do that. In some other cases, the problem is the economic viability. I mean, in some cases, unless you receive some kind of additional funding or additional support, the numbers are not there. In some cases, the technology is not already so well expanded and the costs are not yet there to be successful. So there are many things that theoretically seem very attractive that were piloted in a small area, but when you want to go big, you see that the numbers are not there. And finally, the technology is evolving, as you have seen, so fast that the pilot or what we are trying to do get totally obsolete after 1 or 2 years because there is a new thing that is coming into the market. So with all these problems, which are the success factors? So based on our experience, there are different enablers. I mean, the first one is to have a long-term vision and very clear targets. And that has been mentioned today, the case of different cities. I mean, having what is my vision? In the case of Stockholm, they have a clear vision for the city in 2040 in 2 areas, transport and energy. We want to be the best in that area. In the case of Amsterdam, it was reducing emissions. The second thing is prioritizing. In many cases, we cannot do everything. So we need to find which are going to be the sectors or the initiatives where we want to have results. I mean, in the case of London, I mean, one of the initiatives they had was to foster startups in digital. That was one of the key areas for prioritization. Then another very important thing is a wide participation and adaptation. I mean, citizen engagement is critical. And in many cases, the citizens are looking for that opportunity to be part of the solution, to be participating. And I was reading the other day a survey from The Economist that they serve 12 cities around the globe, I mean, from very big cities to smaller cities, from very developed cities to less developed cities. And one important thing was that 36% of the citizens, 36%, were able and willing to share personal data with the city in order to reduce the objectives like, for example, pollution or improving or reducing energy consumption in the city. And even 40%, and I think that's the reason for Wade's success, 40% were willing to share their personal data to reduce traffic congestion. So citizens are willing to participate. What we need is to channel the interest and the participations of the citizens in these initiatives. And finally, what is extremely important is an effective program management, to have a way to really monitor the progress and what we are doing. And in order to do that, what is really important is to measure. I mean, unless we measure, unless we have clear targets that first go beyond the political mandate, so that is not targets for the next 16 months or 24 months, that are long-term targets, and we measure, and we have clear indicators to measure the progress, and here I have put the indicators in the case of Toronto. Unless we do that, it will be very difficult to accomplish the success. So this is a key success factor. So just to finalize, I would like to finalize with two words, or two comments. The first one is that I think, and some of you mentioned, we need to evolve from consumers and citizens to contributors. Leaders, city council, should make the shift from seeing citizens as passive consumers of the services that the municipality provides to active participants in shaping the city. I think they can do a lot of crucial contributions to address the problems like energy or pollution, and make them the possibility to be, all of them, part of the solution. The second thing is that we are talking about smart cities. We are talking about, the way to improve the quality of life in our cities. And being my topic energy, I would like also to talk a little bit, or to remind you that at the end of the day, we have two very different realities in the world. We have cities that want to be smart, but at the same time, we have 1.2 billion people in the world that lack access to electricity. And we still have nearly 3 billion people in the world that are still cooking and heating their houses with wood. So we need to have ways to make sure that, yes, we all evolve to a clear future and a better future, but we all evolve at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I just want to pick up on the slide you had about behavior, with the showing the naughty behavior of the Americans who use a lot of energy. The valid point. But the question I have is, how do you incentivize behavior? Is it something that should be done through legislation and more the heavy hand of the state, or can it be incentivized through other means?
Yes. First of all, regulation, and when we're talking about smart cities, in many cases, we tend to think that, regulation could be the answer. And for me, regulation is an enabler, but it's not the driver of the change. So I think that first, if we understand and we all agree that regulation is a good enabler, in some cases, regulation has been a deterrent or a brake for all the transformations. Then the second thing is how we can create a better collaboration between the different stakeholders. And I will repeat myself, I think it's very important to make collaboration between the city councils, the citizens, because at the end of the day, they are the ones that need to change their behavior in some cases, and the companies or the enterprises that can support, can invest in the technology or can provide the solutions to make that a coherent thing. And then in order to change the behavior of the citizens, who is an important part, what we need is more information. I think that in many cases, people are not really aware, and I'm referring especially to climate change, sustainability, and all those things. They are not really aware about the impact that their daily behavior is having in their life. And let me finish with a small anecdote, because I was asked by Wall Street Journal some years ago about which was my favorite film related with energy. And I say my favorite film related with energy is Casablanca. You say, why Casablanca? I say, well, because there is a scene in Casablanca who, for me, was very enlightening. Who is a scene where there is the policeman, the gendarmerie Inspector Renault, who is interviewing or is asking questions to Humphrey Bogart, who is the spy, and he's asking him, but why did you came, Rick, no, it's his name. So, Rick, why did you came to Casablanca? And he said, well, I came for the waters. And the policeman says to him, but there is no water in Casablanca. And then he said, well, I was misinformed. So and this misinformation, I think, is extremely important, and we need to educate people, we need to inform them about the issues we have so that they can change their behaviors, and then with the collaboration and then with the appropriate regulation, we will be able to change the way we live in cities.
Thank you. We've still got a little bit of time. I want to see if we have any questions from the audience. You haven't had a lot of chance to participate so far today, so now's your chance. Yes, and if you're, I think your microphone's coming. Is there? Yes. You can, no, it's coming. And we've seen you already today, but for any other questions, let us know your name and who you represent.
I'm Shishir Joshi from Mumbai First, from Bombay. Thank you for waking us all up. Fantastic session, I would say. But Carlos, this one's for you. That you've made some fantastic predictions about everything. You know, it's almost like we're all waiting to get back home and find empty streets. But changing mindsets is going to be difficult. I'm talking about a country like India, where the aspirational value of the Indian is going up. So try to convince him to say that, you reduce the number of cars and it's going to change the way you live is often tried method. People have money, they may have 2 members in the family, but they have 6 cars. So how do you work on something like that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That's kind of the core of our challenge is exactly that. We know with Waze carpool or with the carpool system, we are going against the trend, against the selfish trend of I have money, I have my own car, I want to be comfortable in my car, nobody bothering me. We are challenging that, right? So how do we challenge that? By creating incentives. It's at the end of the day, it's about incentives. Sometimes monetary incentives are going to be everything. Some people can't afford to go with a car because they don't have enough money. So sharing the cost of the car, gasoline, parking might be a good incentive. But the second, it's other kind of incentives where we aspire to work with the cities in terms of high-speed lanes, right? So if you know you have a good system of high-speed lanes for those people that are going 2 or more people in the car, they will not only save money, but save time because they will go faster in the special lanes. Maybe it's about parking. If you go to the big factory with thousands of cars and you spend 20 minutes on average just finding a parking spot, but if you go 2 or more people in the car, you will get the best spot of the whole factory, you might think about it again. Or there are other incentives as discounts of gas or energy, so we could pay or subsidize your car energy system, whether it's electric or gasoline, so you will be incentivized. So in the end, we know behavioral change is the biggest hurdle for any technology change, and finding the right set of incentives is a solution. So again, we want to work with the regulators, with the cities, with the transportation partners, because all together we can find enough incentives, so we don't need to ban or forbid anything. We don't think of that way of solving things. Like in some countries or cities, they are banning based on your license plate number. You cannot drive on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. We don't believe in that. We will believe in creating the right set of incentives. So whoever it's really worried about those things will find the solution. And finally, sorry, I forgot, probably the most important one, there's a rising concern about the ecology, right, about the climate change. And we know we have already surveyed thousands of users. A lot of them care about, doing something for the ecology, for the world. And they think just reducing the CO2 on their cars is a good way of doing that. So we also think by informing them about how big the reduction is, they will find ways to make it happen. Does that make sense?
Honestly, I'd love to invite you to India.
No, but I will tell you the interesting thing The key thing that he said, to be perfectly honest, is the behavior, all right? And one of the things that we've found is one size does not fit all. And that's why the data is so important, because the incentive will be different, but it actually really we can actually already determine what incentive would work for you versus working for Hassan, versus working for Courtney. And that's the point, is really knowing what offer to lift to you to actually then get the desired end behavior. Some people couldn't give a toss about the ecology, which is a shame, but it's true. And whereas other people, it'll be really important to. So again, it's really looking at people's behavior of what they've done already to know what will be successful with them. And that's why this whole idea of collaboration, of taking what Waze is doing, for example, and what we're doing, merging them together for a country like India, really makes a huge, huge difference. There we go.
But if I can give you one figure to add some flavor to the challenge we have in front of us. I mean, in the US, there are 800 cars per 1,000 people. In Europe, we have 600 cars per 1,000 people. In China, and I don't know the figures about India, in China they have only 140. So as the Chinese economy and as the Indian economy progresses and their citizens want to have a better life, a better way of mobility, imagine the challenge we have in terms of oil consumption or in terms of pollution or in terms of mobility constraints in the cities, no? So we better do something now before this is a totally unsustainable problem.
But I also will make a comment. When you are I feel like a little attacked as an American here. No, but seriously, a Western economy like the United States already has an established infrastructure. You can't just throw up every street and throw everything and put a train system down. You just cannot do it. And I think this is the issue. In China and India, where they haven't already built that infrastructure, there's the opportunity in advance to build multiple transportation systems that actually are more efficient, so that then the people aren't driving. And I think that that's the key thing. The bigger problem, I'll switch it back to payments. Like, the United States just went to the chip card, right? If anybody's traveled there, we're like ancient, right? Relative to all of you, right? Well, the reason is every merchant already had a machine to already swipe the cards. And he didn't want to make the new investment in the machine because he couldn't see if he was going to get a return on the investment. That's the problem. Whereas if we go to actually in South Africa, Nigeria, everywhere, they're all using the phone. They're not even buying the machine, right? And it's just a question of one of the problems that you have. Actually, the problem is actually changing behavior in Western developed economies rather than changing behavior in emerging economies where the behavior hasn't been established and is set in. And I think us trying to think about smart cities, and that is the challenge, because we already know, for example, in Beijing and in Mumbai and in Shanghai, the pollution problem is already there, right? So you already have to address this.
So if I can add, I think the same trend you've seen in India, in China, in Africa, for the transition to the mobile, you skip the desktop trend, right? You jumped right on building the infrastructure for mobile to be successful, and you're ahead of many developed markets on mobile. I think the same trend you will see for transportation. If you bet on the infrastructure that is going to be connected, is going to be smart, is going to allow the self-driving systems to be adopted faster, you might skip this ancient technology of humans driving cars on huge highways with traffic lights. You can skip that and jump right on the next trend, which is already there.
Thank you. I think there's a question up there in the back.
Yeah, hello, thank you everyone for the talks. My question is a bit for Carlos and also for everyone else. It's about the relationship between regulation and technology. There seems to be a general view where there is actually technology that will enable cities or citizens to live better, but many times the problem seems to be regulation. There's a strong view in Silicon Valley that many times autonomous vehicles are a great thing, but the problem is, or seems to be, always regulation. So what is actually the role of a city or a city council, if the Council of Bordeaux can also say, in regards to enabling these technologies to solve those problems? I don't know if you understand.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Carlos, do you want
Totally.
to start? Yeah.
I think going back to the theme of my presentation, the city as a laboratory, that's what we would love to see, and that means you don't change your whole city to be a self-driving city tomorrow, but you could allow a small part of the city, a small village near the city, a small neighborhood, even just one street, and see what happens, right? Try use that part of the city as a laboratory, experiment, measure the impact, and once you see in your own city what's happening, we know it's gonna blow your mind in terms of the efficiency, the reduction, the huge savings that you're gonna face. And once you see that, so I think if all cities or governments think of themselves as scientists and apply this technology in a small part of their reality, they will see the impact locally, and then that's going to incentivize them to make that bigger. I feel like sometimes seeing the future is very scary, so it's easier to say, I'm going to back off, wait until somebody else does it, and then I will adopt it in my city. But I think what we're seeing is that most innovative cities are just trying small experiments in the cities that are not disrupting everyone else, and once they see the results, they start naturally trying to expand that to the rest of the city. So I think step by step, but with this experimental mindset, that's what startups or big corporations that are more innovative do. And we think the same applies to cities. I don't know if you guys agree.
Anybody want to add?
I would like to add at European perspective that as digital and every other technology does not stop on local or regional or national borders, it makes sense to identify regulation that needs to change at least at pan-European level, if not global. Connected and self-driving cars is one of these examples. They will not stop at city level. They will need to cross the borders. They will need highways that have the infrastructure to exchange information with them. They will need changes of regulation about the liability problems in case of an accident, whose fault is that? And these need to be decided at pan-European level. So we are looking on these issues at the European Commission. We fully support the city as experiment, as a place for experimentation, and we really expect to problems like this to come back at discussion fora, online consultations, and then being able or enabling us to make decisions and regulations where need be. We're against over-regulating, of course, but where need be in order to provide solutions at pan-European seamless level.
Thank you. Any last comments to that?
I do have another one. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I like, being quite honest, sometimes when you say regulators, it's all about who you regulate for. And many times regulation, it's very stagnant or very slow because there are many other influencers behind the regulators that are blocking new things to happen, right? So I think you need to think who do you regulate for, who you want to benefit, and many times the new technologies like energetics, new energy solutions, new transportation are about allowing the new player to destroy the economy that the old player has built. So it's a matter of who do you govern or regulate for. So sometimes not the politician or the regulator that is intentionally blocking, but there are other major forces behind. So I think that's, as you said, in Silicon Valley, we've seen enormous disruption because they're more open for the new player. Obviously, they grow these small startups that eventually become huge organizations, but they're more open to allow the economy to naturally change, right? So in the end, if we want smart cities, some players will need to evolve, adapt, or maybe die, but that's the nature of evolution, and new players will grow. So I think that is a huge topic to keep in mind, right? It's like somebody will need to benefit, but someone will need to also lose some power.
And as the economist sitting on stage, all right, I actually think that there'll be an economic reason that it'll happen, right? Because, a lot of regulation, eventually, if the economic benefit trumps everything, sorry, bad word, overcomes everything, that you actually can see that the city itself will drive it forward because the economic benefit, and I'll just give you a quick example. In the United States, in New York City, the New York City cab drivers did not want to accept credit cards. They only wanted cash. And we know that it wasn't a benefit to the city because we know that they were under declaring income, et cetera. There's many reasons, but they wouldn't do it. And then what happened is they were forced to do it. The regulators, we presented the economic case of why it would happen. All the different card companies worked together on it. And what interestingly happened is their income went up by 37%, and they've never once complained again by actually, and that was after all costs, because it was such an economic benefit for them from what they had been before. So I also think, in addition to all this, when there's a true economic reason that benefits all of society, that certain things will go forward.
Thank you very much. I think we'll end the panel there. Please give a round of applause for our panelists, and you can take your seats. Thank you. Okay, thank you again. Now, you can't leave just yet. Just a final, you're free to leave the stage if you wish. Just a few final words to wrap things up a bit here. So we've tackled a lot today. We crammed in actually quite a lot in just a few sessions, which is why it was such a busy day. The mayor set out really the city's overarching objective at the very beginning of the day, saying the goal was to create a city that is sustainable, livable, and attractive for business. And what we found in some of the discussions today is that there's really no one path to that kind of goal. There are a lot of different ways that you can go about it. And in that vein, learning from other cities and the paths that they've taken is really the important part. We heard from several other success stories today and challenges that other cities faced. So it doesn't really matter how you go about it or which path you take. The important thing is that there is an agreed path and that there is a goal in sight, and crucially that all the stakeholders in the city, and I include the citizens in that as well because they are the ultimate stakeholders, but that the business community, the political leadership, and the citizens all more or less agree on what that end game should be and where that path should lead, and that's really the crucial starting point. So you have to have buy-in from everyone involved in order to make this vision come true and to keep on the right path. But this is obviously trite and easy to say. I mean, I know it's extremely difficult. There are a lot of competing interests, a lot of challenges ranging from social to even technological and economic. We heard in the first presentation that one of the key challenges is connecting the competitiveness agenda, i.e. the economic growth agenda and the business agenda, with social objectives. And I think this is really at the heart of a lot of the tension that we're seeing in the world now. It's partly responsible for some of the rise in populism. It's affected elections and key referenda in Europe, elections, of course, in the US, and we're probably about to see another wave of that coming up with other elections in Europe. But I think the two, it should be self-evident, but the two don't need to be mutually exclusive. And I think the big challenge for political leaders is to not let the discussion go to that place where it becomes a given that there really is two competing goals of economic growth, prosperity, business success, and social progress, social objectives, and social security. So the case has to be really made by the political leaders that these are two sides. We heard a coin metaphor, that these are two sides to the coin, that they're not two separate, completely different coins. So I think that that's sort of the challenge I would offer to those in city leaderships around the world. The public sector can't do it all on its own. We've heard that point made today. And again, I think that's the crucial point, why the private sector can't really afford to be vilified and why their buy-in is so essential. Because the expertise, the capital, and even the dynamism of the private sector really has to be what's harnessed to make smart city objectives or smart city initiatives come to fruition, and of course to create jobs and to create the social, actually to pay for the social policies that are the goal for a lot of politicians. So there are a few different ways we've heard that this can be done. I mean, this can be done, of course, through the PPPs. We also heard a different version of PPP, I think, presented of people, process, and I forget the middle one. But it can also be achieved partly by creating simply an enabling environment that allows for a thriving, job-creating, multi-tiered business sector. And by multi-tiered, I mean the various aspects that we've heard quite a lot about today. Startups at one level, SMEs, and large companies, and also both foreign companies and domestic players. And a sustainable city economy is going to be one that caters to all of those levels, and where support and excitement for one tier is not at the expense of any other tier. So in terms of how to achieve all this, I mean, there aren't really any simple answers, and we've only really begun to scratch the surface of how to get there. But, you know, in hearing from the cities that we heard from today that are at varying sizes, at varying levels of economic development, there are very specific situations that are unique to every city. But I think from what I heard, there are at least some key factors that we can agree, some really major things that we can say are advantageous more or less across the board in terms of creating economic sustainability and prosperous cities that benefit everyone that live in them. One is knowledge. Of course, this means education, it means training, and it means skills, but it means having the right skills. So the skills for not just the jobs that could exist today, but for the jobs of tomorrow. I know there's a big unemployment problem still lingering in Spain, but it's not just in Spain and everywhere. The knowledge has to be the knowledge in the sectors that the companies need to fill positions for. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. There's no point wishing that these were different jobs that were needed or old skills that are falling to the wayside. So it has to be about knowledge, and it has to be about putting in place the right training and making sure that the people have the right skills. And a key part of that, of course, is tech skills and computer literacy. The second is infrastructure. We've heard a lot about that today, and related to infrastructure is, of course, mobility. And this I mean in both in internal sense, so mobility around the city and a city's internal infrastructure, but also crucially, it's connectivity to the broader region, country, and the world. That means having all the right transport links to make a city accessible for tourists, for visitors, but also for business. Third is talent. It's the inevitable T word. It's everything in not just international business, but in the economy. And that means cultivating local talent, but it also means attracting international talent. Again, these are two different sides of a coin, but they're both equally important. Fourth is livability. I mean, this is really the point of a city. It does no one any good if it's not a nice, pleasant place to be, and if it's not serving to enhance the lives of the people who live here. And so quality of life, it not only makes for happier citizens and a better functioning city, it also helps attract business and international talent and people. So these whole things kind of fit together. And fifth, of course, is collaboration. So there was a lot of talk today about that, and it's a word that can kind of become overused, but I do think in this context it's extremely important. And the collaboration, we've heard a little bit about collaboration amongst cities, and I think that's important because there's a lot of things that can be shared and a lot of ways to tackle shared challenges, but the more important part is a collaboration within the city itself. Again, this means at all levels. This means collaboration between the public and private sector. It means collaboration with local academia and schools and educational facilities to make sure that there's a right match between the needed skills and what's being offered. And again, collaborating with your own citizens, so letting them feel a part of the process, letting them feed in and feel that they have a stake in everything. And that, to me, there's a lot of other things in there, but that's from what I'm hearing today so far, the big five. And the crucial thing is that all of these are, again, they're not in competition with each other. They all combined can create a kind of virtuous circle, which makes for a city that can create organic economic growth and development while also positioning it to be able to attract international capital. And that's really what it's all about. And that's the way that you can build a successful, sustainable economy and spread the prosperity around. Now, I didn't mention in my top five the other big T word, which is technology. And I didn't mention that because partly I believe that that's just inherent. And again, as we've heard, which I thought was a wonderful point, technology is not the goal. Technology is a tool to assist us with the broader goal of economic sustainability. And these other 5 points are necessary ingredients, and technology feeds into all of those in one way or another. And that's really all the observations I have to offer you. Thank you again for the chance to participate here and to check out the city. Of course, there's an evening program where you'll get a chance to tour the famous Guggenheim Museum, and we'll have a dinner and a cocktail, and we'll be back here first thing tomorrow morning, and I look forward to seeing you then. Thanks.
Eskerrik asko guzti honen bestez, Karunik esan duen bezala, esan berri duen bezala, bihar goizeko 9:00 jarraituko dugu leku berean. Eskerrik asko guzti etortzeagatik, bihar ere elkar ikusiko dugulakoan. Arratsaldeon pasa.